been raised to this level that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted. We have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nations training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Asempa FM.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken. It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? The CNG radio program of the year. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. The CIMG radio program of the year. Ekosiisen.
Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen. Presenting the award for the political program of the year, radio, going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio, Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Samuel Atachian, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Time I have that. If I have any aje. Na any man that down never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that wakumaso. Sounds when the damakumaso. And Tiana or man in Peja.
Medase, Nidika, no, Mammy and charity for B. Now, Obi Mezomemo, my basso said, no production team. Mr. Brano Ghana for Betania, a coso, a woo senior my moi, a jisse Ekosiisen. Yes. Na akoye Ekosiisen is so idiot. Na a sea busa say a hen and Yamana Kosi.
Asempa FM.
Medase. Ernest Yaokomi, Sakwa, and saying,
Yami Dubi,
Bibi Ekoi,
Yamiadum, the Yami, Asha Swama, Fiako, Asamba Betu India. Na nyamene wasi yedanase na yedagana fu nyinase na adofo nso a omonso akosuta ye chi ni ade abreni omuhye yenkran ma yenso no yabemumbo egusu timi ye adwuma ne sa na esiti no kenkane ye party for ne ye party penny for ne so no yenda omu nyinase nti mefa akonyi so achi amenua no etia ifi akwetia ne party omu nyina akwetia constituency ye chia omu and can me chairman or a friend Alaji Baba Yakubu.
Constituency chairman.
Aye. Okay. But no friend Baba Yanku. Ubi enda monso masi. Oh, esan se whether we come on the show or not, it is show no. Now it's one of the impressive shows. You say, you are either being educated or informed. Now I am share some of us now you know more personal relationship and I share the team spirit. I am Modiye Jumana. It is very, very interesting.
Chief Bine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Osei Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Fantastic. Na mete fote on catcher. Bibia bokoa.
Oh, Yakupon Adum, Bibia Daddy. Now, what's what?
Yaminadum, Kakran. Ye pimso Kakran.
Asempa, I will know what you now watch this. So, Ghana, I have been to 100 Abra, 1 year Rambo, Morocco to be out of my aswat.
Fantastic.
Ghana Manda on us.
Coffee. They will turn
against
them. Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot. And also, and let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. And you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the success. Some of them, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. That's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
That's it. Chairman Kojo Boati Akwaba.
Obi. Baby, I do mine. Show you the any name. You said Kwame Nkrumah buying a bodonko. Near bomb say na man for yam shishom. Oh, just because you knew the other back and your ma AC you knew the other back. Near knew the other better. Near any master Becca. A baby non see a bapono. Obi, then somewhere see baby. Already, we are the only somebody about Roma. A bit tape is here. We are
Ekosiisen On
a bit charges is here. We are Ekosiisen. And some kwan a day back Roma. Obi, O bon humodi. Yes, well, I didn't want pijamu, what pijam.
Yeah, that's it.
Yamisha.
Honorable Akwaba.
Yeah, meow, Akwaba. So,
Mejoso.
Whatever we can do to make the program or continue to make the program great as it has always been. This share no atukwem. Here say ubedi no krama wa akuma. Na wadi no krane and Ghana force wadi no krane. Na fe so sabe onya hwehwe nimu. I don't mind if you are a member of my party. I don't care. All that is important is dealing with the issues as they ought to. Do you understand? That shouldn't cloud your objectivity. And for me, for as long as that remains the principle, I believe the sky is the limit, probably beyond the sky.
Beyond the sky.
I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what Obi has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So yeah, so like tonight we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Obi, yes. You're cheering for you now. Cheer for Joe. And you're for you now. Program you say, we are doing here. Hannah swinging at you. Hannah in the phone at you. Some of you.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Now, I said that we are at Centennial. They say, I bet you are born, my cannon. And somebody how, and somehow papa.
Dr. Koboy, Akwaba na pom to say.
Obi. In fact, we are too much. We are too much. First of all, Obi are too much.
Me too much.
Secondly, no. Obi inti manja time for me. Thirdly, no. You go back and report to me say, Metras FM no move from him back. Oh, in fact, Obi. We are too much. Nah, and yeah, look when we want come, you know, we back home. Some of your man will say, a balloon so far, no, now the first class. Nah, dear AC Nature say, law no enche obewie now you say enye ho say obe judge na that's madusro amaboa amawa Supreme Court.
Oh, fantastic. No.
Yo, ma mini kai Ekosiisen ma mutin kwa na no enyonyam a yede ahtem eduma pa mo ye ne award ma monya digidi pa se adanse efe Ekosiisen Asempa Bonsu Ghana ebi ma men kebino mu pia mo ma kwali titru sani amode akan kasa ye adwuma ebia wo de bia otete ase na ansem bi tu kwan ekonenam America New York abonten taxi am fire na dipakon otie Ekosiisen taxi no emu eye me wanwa na nso ni nyina ka ho bi na ya bomo abaso amamon abonso body no Ewrade wo nstram na omo
amen
ya ewe ye nemi
ya da
na kwaba wano ate wadwene mu do wadwene mu pi sani u bisa wonsem mani gye ho keke eso me shia u face to face that
amen
wano kasa the kind of interviews are we okay school day it's about saying
so for me that
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
So copycat Encrofoya almost some picket ba bondholders. What is some quadi root say a befa quan was to Naco? Picketing just said, we feel no better baby away. More demonstration acquire a Juma Yamamo Parliament Samuano, Munya Jumanoa, but he 2 centuries at the Bank of Ghana. Me no money how a one constitutional right, but the yami ya a yaminia at 2 force. Your call as in North, Michiano. Believe in common bit now can't tattoo. Ye yen me bia, ya ya dachi, ya bema, 1 or 2 aba. A bube fu o bibiara. If you say you no crunch the woman. If you say you never be a bayano, you mean who no cry, you woman. As someone here can ha. My creative impression is said that Dr. Addison, a real billion. What can say, could you? What say? A brand new beneficiary. Okay, young fans say a banner beneficiary. 30 billion now we try and sebi you. A buying penny for B, and now ubi and a sakugu need them.
And they say, well, be.
And there's sakugu need them.
So, why won't be?
You say issues about economic crunch. The Amodi Aye Ejuma, you sit here and speak as if say, Obiakwa Jessica Eddie, and all the MPs, one minute story we say, Bank of Ghana, one would do responsible Obi. I am answer when you had a young canning in an ABM. And I'm the Ramji Sawokai. Ukani bim the Biako Jointia, Muku Parliament, and you still am back on this Kuzotic exercise. Say, yeah, Quako Piketty. When you know, because one more take in consideration the fact that most go belts the kind or sin contumpuno, can, a baby and cray. It's young creative impression, Magana for say. Into one narrative in to object me the sense baby say, Dr. Addison, FR 3 billion, and then the deputy for 2 billion, and I pay the good father for 15 billion, and I sample for 1 billion.
Boom, so simple.
Emra, what boom raso? Emra no also abusuno. Emra kro no anso say otimi ebo ne finance minister amanie emoye ho adwuma. Onu ani kire mo de aba ene krata watro no o si obo finance minister amanie mebo a ntimra be no abuso. Na me dey am say ni say mo say quantum no should not about 5% of the previous expenditure, right?
Yes.
We say that
of the previous year's revenue.
Revenue. We say no percentage. You saying? What should be income percentage?
By above 5%.
Above 5%. Yes, say 100%. Ana. Some kwanka say. Moreover, could you when you went this in Mahamanum? Any MPs in MPs of Parliament, me are to force. What number percent on mine no a ground?
No, which is
what percent on mine in a ground?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, some will say. And I said, my MPs. My minority MPs.
No, yeah,
salary. One as the same, Rado. We say will be count. Missy, salaries na etuama wo mo allowances na edema wo mo travel expenses na etuama wo no na fi size kanu mu
nti wa mi sa asem
aka kire me na be creating pressure is been to what am me we be creating pressure is say obi awie sika and it is not so and this are the 130.
You indicated that meanwhile this IGP is not correct. Commissioner, can you explain what you meant by this IGP is not correct? What has he done?
Honorable Chair, I will not deny that fact today, tomorrow, or the next day. I will make that statement again. That the current Inspector General of Police is not managing the police service well. It's something I will not run away from. I will say it everywhere, anywhere that I go. And you can do your own investigations, call police officers underground and find out from them.
Commissioner, calm down. Calm down. Can you assist this committee? You see, within the context of your statement, it had to do with elections. So let's do some quick analysis of his conduct relative to elections. Has he evinced some level of unprofessionalism when it comes to the policing of elections, to the best of your knowledge? Because you spoke within the context of the conduct of elections.
Honorable Chair, my concern was and is that as we speak, majority of police officers are not happy. And if these same people are those who are going to police the elections. And remember, police officers, they vote. Their wives vote. Their children vote. Their mothers and fathers vote. That's my concern.
And so you were unhappy that with the posturing of this IGP, your party will lose elections. Is that correct? Is the statement made? Yes. Our party, is that correct? We lose elections. We are happy because IGP's posturing wouldn't inure to the benefit of your party because it's quote and unquote just and fair.
Mr. Chairman, at that time we were talking about politics. And I was talking to a political figure.
Are you a politician?
Yes, of course, I am. There's nobody here who is not a politician.
As a serving police officer?
I am on leave pending retirement.
Say Judiciary, Dubai, Wapaki with MPP sympathizer. I mean, only the Waka.
Asempa FM.
I'm saying that in principle, and it's probably for some another Apaki, the Judiciary with 80 to 100 lawyers and second. And you're not correct. Let us be meaning Binuma. Say, yes, you didn't come off. Your young lawyers, you're sharing, judges, yeah, you didn't come off. I think that once we are condemning the President Mahama on that statement, President Mahama, no Bebo, Apoto, Amanafin, or in Chile, or the Bible. It means that quickly we also need to form an association of lawyers. Because I say, Yakuma, Yamfumuya. But hey, abolishing now on training since because I say, Obri, Mumia, President Mahama, now Yafumkuma, Yamfumuya, the association of Munyala. There'll be 2024. And the media, I think I'm the forefront of Dr. Baumia's campaign. And I can tell you, November 4th for me, I will meet Dr. Baumia. Eventually, he's going to be the winner. I'll meet him and tell him, look, Doctor, MPP constitution our party legal team but doctor was also no me media ni munu. I think that I'll get some lawyers a group of lawyers na so ya say you be project and in our own way as professionals you be tinyabo at the same time but you can no correct. It's so I not say for a former president to be making this statement.
He said Owura Mahama na aton ta semwe ko pie fi Owura Kufuado anu wo man mu ha enka ebia ye nuanum bia omuka bi ewo mu ki nim kwa ombefa so ombeka no enso so akoye Owura Mahama na eka nti won so obi aye di no he no se esisen ena wadene be ye wo se uyi obi de na koka ajaadefo ho wo emrash court akese no court empani court akese no uyi ajaadefo de o makoka ho a wadene ye wo se esese nipa ni fiwa wo manyokuo mu ansa na na kotena ho so ne won koye okotena we se be o package man wo be ye dabi yenye no saa ye yi obi a wasum no waduru mfie dodo a emrama ho kwan se onkotena saa court won konkɔ som ne manfo enye ne party engineers fan se onkɔnkɔtena ho eni se Owura Mahama so obedi ade na adwene wei na da ne tirimu entu o pa konya di wo Ghana abie mu a sebe na ye koya na ase ye bai ebuma ne nka bi ne ye toto na se enti yemfoa so yempene so enya Asempa se Ghana fo nyina be so se ba bia watena no onim ye wa ma yesam ho ayo mampani pen anya nimbia duru sanfie no so no onye na adwene so obey appointment to the superior court based on party affiliations enya Asempa na nya adwempa.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
.7, sorry about that. Is it 97.4? Yeah, somewhere. It is 94.7, 27 minutes after 2. It's a Monday afternoon, the 4th day of September, 2023. Ekosiisen live on Asempa FM. In the month of September. Wow. That's the 9th month of the year, 2023. I feel so. Nyame anim ya kontemo. Sisi na September be. Hey, Charlie. January 1st. Now, 2024 looked very far away. Now, 2024 no wa e we chire yenyanru ho nti wo na bi kra da kakra ho. But here we are. We are in the month of September in the year 2023. 2024 is just about 3 more months away. Wow. And you move a now on Yoma P now yet this year. And you may be a cassia be 1 or 2 things be and share then to me. And I know, sir, I am not the only exception. Ebi a wonsu a wutie and Yoma be our share on boss obey this year. Untuminye. Encourage. It's better late than never. Enti be bosome miensa anaya akei. Do the things you said you would do this year. Do them. Go ahead and do them. You still have some little time to salvage the year 2023. All is not lost. Keep hope alive. Now, just put some action into your life. Yejuma, do the things you said you would do this year 2023. Go ahead and do them. Stop talking and start doing. And I'm going to say, Emma Munina Kwaba, Edamoba, Asempa FM. So, me did your say, Bonsu, Ofremi Obia Mejo. So, I'm privileged to speak on behalf of a solid production team, a team led by Dominic Kisi Yeboah, with support from Nana Chum Berema Jackson, Osei Intiamwa, Eokezia Ousu, Omai Hine Kwabena Sante, and Ekia Boatua Yadom. We bring you this show every weekday. That's from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And it's Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. All talk, all day. That's our tagline. And to be busa say Asempa FM tagline here there. I know I can't train. Say all talk, all day. All talk, all day. And to Osha Asempa FM ye music program ewa. In fact, ye monyum ewa. Your programs in a talk programs into a talk only radio station, Ghana's first ever talk only radio station. And since we launched in somewhere 2007, station be anywhere we're implementing a model EB, and that makes us unique. That makes us number one. All talk all day, Asempa FM. Into the ultimate sports show Bremo in the mornings. That's from 6:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. We are sitting at Tuamoso. After you're sitting, you're quite Dom FM. Ekokofa News at 12. Don Koboa na Minia Penny Patrick Osayajiman Countryman Songo at the Fire for Fire Abremo. And we are free Donko Ebebo Dominu. I mean, Smartness the Ekosiisen Abremo till 6:30 p.m. And then at 7 p.m. Professor E.K. Wallace Abetnase at the Sports Night Abremo. That's our package for you on a daily basis. But there are some other programs, especially at weekends. Your programs be Brena at the Bremo. Very, very, very interesting and educative programs. Ma menna yenabua fuase wana wabuayen ma yede Ekosiisen dwumadie ebremo. The show is heavily segmented. In here was sounds of our time. I don't know, more interesting voices, a playback of some voice interviews on this show. Amamo. And when the sounds of our time, 3P garlic mixture, ZP, and an Access Bank, Omumi and Sabuai, and it is our segment, no ebremo. You really need me here some segment and so to and no many minua or my hine kwabna santine boom ede ebremo. And also MJ Grand Hotel, Rockstars Roofing Sheet, Obapa Product, and a EcoBank Ghana Ebwaye near the anonso ebremo. And sunny idea one-on-one interviews, and I interviews a hold wire ye ewujumedie so no and also ebremo. No Ghana AIDS Commission, Safari Tissues, and Ostec Properties the Boye media so ebremo. And there were one such big interview. Your name member of parliament for Korle Klote constituency here in the Greater Accra region, the Honorable Zaneto Ajeman Rawlings, Ebetnase Edi and Komo. In some Brina Wahwa, Yebeka, some national issues, some constituency issues, and all of that. In the Ebedi Sam Komona at 3 p.m. Just watch out for that interview. You will know the discussion segment in the area, and also prominent paint beyond color. Seahorse Engine Oil, Franco Trading Enterprise, and Atabia Herbal. I'm also buying the discussion segment. Join us on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. That's our channel. Subscribe to the channel. Na yeba live announce when your notification. You post video be your notification. Know to me. Ashebinti Asempa 94.7 FM on YouTube. On Facebook, you can watch our live stream on my Hene Kwabena Santi page on Facebook. Yeah, WhatsApp number, and that's a very, very important information. I was saying, your WhatsApp number, and so you're very active. Send your messages 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Audio messages fast way back 0548 443 523. Let's stay interactive. Come through with those messages now. Yen kinding in our emamo. This one says, Obi, please kindly wish Daniela Abalo, aka Mabna, in Canada, a belated happy birthday for me. From your husband, Emil, the children's sister, Nanajua, Ma Betty, and Daddy George, and the rest of the family. They say they love you, Ma Bena, all the way in Canada. Belated happy birthday to you. Master P, Ewo, London, Eddie, Way, Abraham. Master P, thank you for your message. Let's hear you as well. Na, yen kaimo message ni na emamo. This one says, Obi, greetings to you. Please, can you find out if the projects being done prior to the by-elections in Kumewu and Asin North are still ongoing, completed or halted? Okay, that's a very important point. It's a good topic for total recall. We would factor it into our total recall preparations. We say, Obi, good afternoon. It was a pleasure to listen to you at the just ended National Youth Conference at the University of Ghana Athletic Oval. It was a great platform by the IYF and the NYA. We are grateful for the tutelage and the advice for us, the Ghanaian youth, to change our mindset towards a reformed nation. It was never a dull moment, and I hope the organizers could replicate this conference across all districts in Ghana. We really need this mindset education. I believe we can build the Ghana we want. My regards to Chairman Michael Osebo, the incoming NP for Guan constituency in the OT region. This is from Victory Lelabi Likpe Mate in the OT region. And thank you. I have that privilege of speaking at the National Youth Conference at the University of Ghana, Legon. An amazing event. Over 3,000 youth from across the country gathered at Legon for the National Youth Conference, and it was quite an eye opener, an experience, you know. And anyone Ekokoche, Niomaka cry. Always, Obi, good afternoon. Is the MP for Axim still in Parliament? Inti Axim, yeni constituency be a friend Axim, evaluate Ajomoro Jura constituency. the constituency capital no yeah Axim and a municipality near Inzima East municipality. And yes, MP no honorable Nokoi, yes, or Parliament Kofi in Takrade. Thank you. Where's Obi? Kindly wish my mom, Mrs. John, at Ade so a 79th birthday for me. This is from Overmars. Okay. Obi, please, good afternoon. Can you please ask our former President Mahama to explain to me the meaning of politics? This is Ni from Adenta Commandos. Obi, good afternoon. Africa is rising. We need to put an end to foreign colonialism, imperialism, and nepotism. The next military takeover is likely to take off in Cameroon, Senegal, Togo, and Ivory Coast. It's a great warning to Ghana, Nigeria, and Ecowas as a whole. I'm Odum Eric, watching you live from Achem Akroso. Greetings to my father, Mr. Francis Odum of Takrady New Amamful Kuma, Mr. Kojoado and Wofa Kofi Edu, aka Sakawa, also of Gomoa Potten. Hey. Belated happy birthday to my brother, Master P in London. May the Almighty God bless and protect you, bro. Master Planner Junior, Kentampo. We say, Obi, good afternoon. Kindly wish Dr. Kingsley Nyanyi, Dr. King, the CEO of Met and Herbs, a blessed birthday for us. Wish him long life and prosperity from the entire staff of Met and Herbs. And Dr. Kingsley Nyanyi, it's your birthday today. Do have a really good birthday. Happy birthday to you. We say, Obi, good afternoon. The way politicians in Ghana are toying with the populace, one fine day, polling stations will be mounted and not a single soul will venture out to go and vote. This country is doomed, really, in the hands of the NDC and the NPP. That day will surely come. Kweku Owusu Uokofuridia. Yedase Kweku. We say, hi, Obi. Good afternoon. Kindly ask Honorable Zaneto her achievement in the constituency since 2017 when she came. Abi Uosu. Abi, it's one of the major areas we'll touch on in the area when she joins us in studio. Na yaneno etimi edin komonti monchanen so emayen Ekosiisen na high Asempa 94.7 FM. Ma yenshasi ni enkomo lawyer Eduje Kujo Tamaklo, or a private legal practitioner, or a director of legal affairs for the NDC. Ma yaneno enin komo council akwa bana pom to saying
Obi
Nyame adom me hoya papa edi kan NDC lawyers conference amoye wa akosombo no when they organize a party event and I say group of lawyers be affiliated to the party and they organize it?
Because the legal directories, directories of the party annually, lawyers are associated. Star conference, no? And this is the third one.
Oh, okay. It's an annual thing, and we know lawyers it may be PM na omodoso do be saying
the number na at the conference in excess of, if I'm not mistaken, 150.
Oh, okay. Wow. 150 lawyers.
Yes. And I know many of them engineer because of other engagement. The engineer.
Because mostly no na yenim say lawyers be share under the auspices of the Ghana Bar Association and yehu an association of lawyers Eco Bar Conference. I don't remember a political party apart from the NDC Amaye way over the past 3 years doing something like this. What's the rationale behind meetings?
Oh, one would say the party the FN Promotional, professionals,
okay,
who are lawyer, who are accountant, who are medical doctor, who are engineer, different professionals. They are an umbrella body.
I survey as a rallying point around all of them. I thought that in the friend the legal director, the senior brother Maliba, and the national executive up since 2019. Now, sir, directorate for the Akoban and it has become focal point. They rally as many lawyers are almost sympathetic to your cause, your aspirations, and now, among other things. And she sound for no na. Namia Yatum and Ma Ekushia Mu Awakusumu. And it was a very colorful event. Brainstorming, looking at different issues. You basically have a manual. This particular one, the team is Victory 2024, specific, very purposeful. How lawyer for a bit me at the Omunim dear closer Omuano. Omutia Diabua Amandoku. Na the external to me, you bet me I day.
Okay.
And she the Ekobaya, no.
My other question, Ansani, about some of the specific details, because lawyers a profession and group of lawyers be a professional group, as it were. I don't know of any other profession. A collection of individuals in that profession are identifying themselves to belong to a particular political party. I've not seen accountants do that. I've not seen medical doctors do that. Why should you have a group of lawyers identifying themselves with a political party, in this case the NDC?
To the extent that the NDC is not a prescribed criminal organization, anybody is permitted to associate with it freely.
And problem be our
our laws, the only organization that you cannot associate with freely is a criminal organization.
Absolutely. Anyways, at this event, the former president Enya Kwan enemo ekasai na ninsem bi okan na generate a huge debate, amongst the Ghanaian public. His Excellency Editu just said, or share the current judiciary, especially the Superior Court of Judicature, or no per his estimates, appointed Superior Court judges be 90 to 100. Now, Omunyinano, in his words, are people affiliated to the NPP. President Apake Courts, where they call for some of them former executives of his party just to avoid accountability. And or share lawyers na etwehia ho ne so mo so nyere mo na NDC ba power or no so appointing for onto the bench to balance up. Those are very dangerous comments, no?
Very what?
Dangerous comments for our judiciary and the democracy we enjoy, no?
No, in fact, this is one of the fairest and objective comments. One was the MVP, Yeah, my Mohano. Said. Nyachum. Nyachum. And then there's someone. No credit. Yeah,
Asempa FM 94.
I dare your friend and no credit. Yeah, back. It is one day now who cannot create too much. Even in the community, one day I'll be a dangerous person. We are dangerous because said you, Babu will be no. We are dangerous because Waka no create will be unpretty and yet yanka. Now, Uti H is on Ramani Mahapa, or can be crowds also. Because it is not going to be business as usual. Daddy, and your business as usual. Tell you, when Yanko Pasam, our Bible, or say, a false balance is abomination. Now, the idea in Naye will say, I feel like justice delivery emanates from the people. 2, justice delivery is founded on strong public confidence. Obi, the only reason is here, Kenio, Neno, Yanyachama, Yanko, Ebia, Akonebi, and I catch a banker. And the only Bia, Antoine. The only reason is here, a better court, may say. You get to say, at the end of the day, no, outcome be a better banner. May and no, you better take it and move on with our lives.
Yes.
But that is.
Yes.
It's the MVP. Say, a particular perception is developing now. Obi bia although your democracy bia and so on. Not long ago, Obi, you know what your man Ina Nanado Danko Kufa do Nankasana point. Yes, friend, Kandapa, Minister of National Security, and the benefit on no one they say, Ohunyoma, Ohutakram, on that briefing. When you brief me, you can so I could brief your man. It's on no credit there on your raw data. No, I feel Tanaka because the information is your normal pellicula and I come a bit near to or no best filter. No, it's only the recipient of raw material. Yes, your memoir, which you are judging for now, and what done. Okay, okay.
Yeah, he spoke about perception and now we can't hear some.
Now, Ojense National Security Minister said you, Oyobia, Sebi, Manu Dasuna, so only Yansa, to obey your daddy for when you are more Pukuamu, we share more camera TV in our Elhono. Asempa will do too that job. Among say one from Wokuam, Uncle Chom say, hey. From the day I met you as a national security minister, this is what I am seeing, and it does not portend well for the stability of this country. So, Mr. Mo, I'm making sure say the perception of play you one more, you bet me one among to ensure say. The impact and effect, you be yaba form, you be man form. That is what a responsible person, a patriot, or be a order or man, you know, all behave like an ostrich. Ordinary basis form. Said you, and the one other body parts meaning are exposed. And no, in the 80s on Dramani Mahama, I can say. It is not going to be business as usual. He's not in to please anybody's ego. But what am I saying?
Yeah.
He's not in to please anybody's ego. Or say, you do and swa. We need to have a balance. So what can I say? Or say, we need to have a balance in the system. Because the end result, you know, Ebema yi na akofo. But I'm not so impressed, you know, although they rolling now. The last time they said a video of a certain president in one African country. Or say people should make noise. Why is that video? No?
Yeah, I've seen it. Ali Bongo.
Or say people should make noise. He wishes said a few days proud, a few months proud, would have asked people to make noise. That noise would have saved his presidency and saved the government of Gabon. But what are they? And remember, I call you want to say yes, Yanka. Oh, man, no, essay.
Eti John Dramani Mahama said, we go money pay you. We go money pay. The brazenness, the impunity, Ekoso Ewo Memu Hamo. It creates an impression there. Some people have a certain immunity. And so much me yet your more pay. Now, said you, Obi. If you are from Opa from more, said you, and now who say, Obi. Body a one can we piano. Obi a become Bodiano, or conform we were better Godiano or where we live. What kind you know? Or such John said, Opa, family cocoa. I wish you more than time or 1 year, or bet you no year or no Akasas and Nazo. The HU can say. It is not going to be business as usual. 2. The whole idea and proposal is as though they will never be accountable to the laws of this country. It won't happen again. And for me, it's as simple as A, B, C, D. So there's nothing dangerous whatsoever about the comments.
Okay.
H. John Dramani Mahama.
Okay.
Quiet.
Council, Mami Musa, this question. I think on your reference to the Honorable Kandapa Ekine, if you listen to Kandapa tape no biwa, he spoke about a perception which is rife in the Ghanaian public about the judiciary. Perception.
Which was it?
It can be real or imagined. The fact say free say judiciary no Ghana for bebre na free say omu rulings ni judgment bebre favor certain government and then call for danger. That's the perception he spoke about. When you listen to John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency. Yes.
That comment now can was it a dangerous comment?
Was it a dangerous comment? No, what I'm saying is
no, maybe the conversation.
Once he left
comment now can was it a dangerous comment? And I said echoing that perception, was it a dangerous one?
Me busa me question ni we are, it will answer this question.
Very well. Proceed.
Yes. Intina Meka says, he spoke about a perception. That perception can be real or it can be imagined. Unlike former President Mahama Dieno, Onono kind about, specifics absolute. And the fact that Onim said there are 90 to 100 people were appointed onto the bench. From his party. Some are executives, some are away. Those two are certainly not the same.
Your party say, and the part it need an issue about perception. But H. John Dramani Mahama, they won't mean can't be okay. Is that your case?
And the say one perception or what is happening? Say our data to back the all kind. That's the point.
What you say H. John Dramani Mahama can say I have data to back the Diama.
No, he mentioned figures.
Hold on. I beg you.
Okay.
Already a specific issue. Or say the courts have been acted. And now no crime or cry the every way by and I say look. And maybe a lawyer for a bois party, I make a count. What again? Nah, and Columbiana bar, and not 2 minutes bar. There are several opportunities. The 3 arms of government, the legislature, the judicial, the executive, or the executive. And that there are also opportunities relative to the judiciary. Appointment of superior court judges, among other things. But many dear and be the executive arm. And so he's encouraging as many of our people, when the opportunity comes, they should try and take up appointments there.
No,
and he used a word. No, hold on. And he used a word that there's a need to balance out.
Balance out what?
Is there a limit to the number of appointees to the Court of Appeal?
No.
Is there a limit to the appointment of persons to the High Court?
No.
Is there a limit to the Supreme Court appointment?
No.
So what's your problem?
No, I'm asking, say, or person balance it out. Then say the number of appointments Nana do I and also be the same thing. Nana, what does he want to balance out?
Is it precluded from doing it?
No. I'm only asking, say, specific.
Good. So at this point, let's take it. Say you will balance out the number of appointments, and it's permitted. Said you in the U.S. Okay, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Sure.
Its composition, A9, and a president on your whims or whatever cannot increase the number.
Absolutely.
9, no. The only thing you can do is to fill in. And into out of the 9, sebi, will be a resign, maybe on health grounds and no affiliate in. The 1992 Constitution, does it place a limit?
No.
And oftentimes you expect a president to say, "Ebia, obey self-restraint." That's it. Nothing more, nothing else. And
I think it's a good point you raise, and that will bring me to my next question, Laura.
And in this country, everything now is normalized.
But
everything is normalized. So look, Obi, tomorrow, nobody, absolutely nobody, will have the benefits of complaining, because now everything is okay. So once everything is okay today, it should be okay tomorrow. How is it difficult to comprehend?
My point really, and it will be on the issue of self-restraint, no, and it's because again, say, many people are loving the rhetoric of former President Mahama because of the mantra about building the Ghana we want. Building the Ghana we want. He's been on record to even say,
Obi, hold on.
Counsel,
you don't want the Ghana now.
Counsel, let me ask my question.
Ghana now.
No, let me ask my question. The American is say, he's been on record to say, for example, say, about this thing about say aban be a project now aban for fraba now he will discontinue that project not also a project for fro under him that thing will not happen, and it resonates with reasonable people in our society, and it fits into building the Ghana we want agenda now or push. Why should it be different? Say because Nana do allegedly a park court into Mensomeba be parkibi. How does that build the Ghana we want? That really runs at variance with the agenda of building the Ghana we want.
Obi.
Yes.
Obi.
Counsel.
Mr. Wolf. When we say me
Asempa,
for the record, but you bet me abo kanda pa comment nama.
No, you talk. Me Jackson mo hwehwe on be hwehwe ma me to the talk.
Me ni adom me ko wana.
Yeah, you mo ho. Indeed they will search it. Omunya I'll prompt you and
one boy ya me 50 years old. No name me. Maka no be. Me na so ama. But you see,
yes,
the point you are raising, we strongly believe that building the Ghana we want is one that requires fairness, balance, and objectivity. And so we believe, say, that perception is rife out there. And one of the ways to kill that perception is for people to have a semblance that possibly the system can be fair or is fair. That is the kind of Ghana that we want. A Ghana where Eduji, Obi, any other Ghanaian will feel that he's part of the conversation in this country. Look, Obi, said your meaning here, but I've appreciated the conversations in this country for a while now. And normally they are echoes and it's so brazen. The level of impunity, and it's so much that you begin to wonder what assurance, what immunity do people have from accountability that embodies them
to misconduct themselves in such manner. My understanding is that, you, when you say a child, and you tend to be a bit more cautious. You tend to be a bit more careful. But the Ecowas, I say, look, people just don't care. It is so crazy. It is like, Obinaka, loosely, DMI. Yeah, very deal, yes, sir. Asasiaban, Yentiga, Adisokoso. And no one's Ecowas. That is certainly not the Ghana that John Mahama wants to build. John Mahama is determined to build a country Obi Biabe Selise is part of the national conversation. And look, Obi, meanwhile, you think we tend to take too many things for granted. But I think you who say Ghana so here Ghana is so no perception. The dia age is undermine Mahama Oteno. Instead they be a ban of filter with the the way. Say Obe Babon thing has raised this concern. Sebi. And now you can say, Obi, you know how many justices of our Supreme Court?
I think about 18, 19.
No, it's about 13.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Of the 13, an NDC president appointee, only one. So,
I think Puaman JSC.
And now, my Lord Justice, Bafo.
Okay. So, okay.
In kind na.
Under Nanado.
Fair,
sure.
Okay. Know, there's the ages under Mani Mahama. With this, they are the fairest of human beings so appointed. But you see, there's a reason why in law there can't be this likelihood and perception. So, I actually Obia Yaden a bar said the Wabokono, and the abandoned there. Only nothing. Maybe this is a father who is a disciplinarian. If you're not trying to impose the highest of sentences on his own child. But now we say outsiders mean they will with him. Obi, only they will with him. The perception of it is all that they need to be worried. And so the say the deal no not information in your man it worries him, and he believes that there is a genuine need for balance. As I speak to you now, in the U.S., one of the most advanced democracies, Joe Biden has set up a presidential commission to inquire into judicial reform, particularly the U.S. Supreme Court. In fact, let me send you the report of the U.S. Supreme Court, the Commission of Inquiry, President Joe Biden has set it up to inquire into the U.S. Supreme Court, its composition, its history, whether there is even the need to allow justices of the U.S. Supreme Court like ours for 70 years and more. There is no age limit.
Yes.
They are considering all kinds of possibilities. So the concerns here are concerns globally. It is not something that is limited to this place. So concerns now, is on Dramani Mahama are reasonable. They are legitimate.
Yeah, but Council,
you are permitted, obviously, to express about it. But is on Dramani Mahama feels extremely, in fact, strongly about this, and that is why he continued by saying that it is not going to be business as usual. It is not going to be so, and so shall it be.
Okay, Council, sir, we have a final question. So, we'll share.
And so, I will be tape now.
Yeah. Jackson, when you tape, no? Yeah, almost we'll play it for you. But Nami Busa said, when Nanado took over in 2017, there were 14 justices of the Supreme Court. Now, out of the 14 now, Justice Georgina Theodora Wood, John Kufuor, and appointed. Justice W.A. Atuguba, Jerry John Rawlings, now appointed. Justice Sophia A.B. Akufu, Jerry John Rawlings, now appointed. Justice Julius Ansa, Ajekum Kufuor, now appointed. Justice S.O. Adinyera, John Kufuor, now appointed. Justice Jones Doche, John Kufuor. Justice Enini Yeboah, John Kufuor. Justice P. Bafo Boni, so John Kufuor. Gbadegbe, Jonathan Mills. Akotobanfo, Jonathan Mills. A.A. Benin, John Mahama. J.B. Akamba, John Mahama. Yao Epel, John Mahama. Gabriel Puaman, John Mahama. It so happens, sir, all of these justices of the Supreme Court, had to go on retirement at a point under the administration of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. Are you saying, sir, then what's our appointing for replaces Uncle Foyana?
Constitution providing limit.
No, there is no limit.
So there is no limit.
Sure.
So you can appoint 100.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your claim? It's using word view. Self-restraint.
Self-restraint.
Who can say me using word be self-restraint?
Yes.
You see, like I told you earlier, justice is supposed to emanate from the people. So, prima facie, even adjudicators must have a fair representation of all the shades in the country. Even sometimes to the point of even ensuring regional balance.
Yes.
No. So when H.G. John Dramani Mahama talks about balance, do you know what he's talking about?
So, okay, sir, in terms of numbers, I asked you that question, okay, say the numbers.
Yes. So I am giving you the classic way there. We have gotten to a point today in our national conversation, and this conversation is not one that is limited to us. I give the classic example, what is happening in the U.S. President Joe Biden setting up the Presidential Commission of look into the composition, the number conversation, the age conversation about the U.S. Supreme Court. Because today, a decision coming from the U.S. Supreme Court is one that provokes national conversation. Most recently, the U.S. Attorney General, Justice Garland, he used to be an appellate court judge before he became U.S. Attorney General. He appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee. And one of the questions that he was asked even relates to today in the U.S. U.S. Marshals are having to protect justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. It has never happened in the U.S. history to get to that point. The ordinary citizen of the United States of America is beginning to have a different conversation about the U.S. Supreme Court. Because today the court gives a decision on abortion, and of the 9 justices, the 3 that are Republican president appointed will say, no, we prefer abortion. The 6 will say, no, abortion, we want to abolish it for something. And these things are going key. In fact, before the midterm election was the decision that overturned the 52-year-old decision, Roe versus Wade. A lot more people even believe that the Republican foreshowing in the midterm is largely connected with that decision. For the first time, when the draft judgment got leaked in a very extraordinary manner, Republicans felt
that the leak was done purposely to damage their chances in the midterm election. That is how a serious democracy, even in the U.S., are taking matters coming from the court. We cannot.
Yeah, but wouldn't it have been helpful, counsel, say, in line with the building the Ghana we want agenda? No, maybe the proposal from the former president should have been, say, okay, maybe how some of these judges are appointed onto the superior courts, no measure, and maybe I assess appointment structure name, and now say, baby a cap in a yemfa cap emra na etimia boa, rather than to say, okay, or more appoint you or more call for, so maybe appoint him and call for, then who loses? Nobody wins.
John Dramani Mahama, one broadening conversation, to bring other perspective to it, and we appreciate the perspective now of the other. You see, you are now becoming a citizen, just as Mr. Kufado Kaya. Or say we should be what? Citizens and not spectators. If you see reform, you have no perspective, no background, composition, age, and all of this. So it's going to be a broader conversation, and it will be a beautiful one.
Yeah, but the platform he used to make the proposal and how he said it, say having known say NDC lawyers, or they should get their loins or mobile, he would make sure someone appoint you or more onto the bench to balance out. That is worrying because two wrongs will not make it right.
There's nothing worrying about it. Obi, you see, Mama said you will be Mawaji anyway too much. Be stable.
I am very, very stable. Very, very
and
stable.
Be focused on the conversation. Be focused on the conversation. You see, and no matter about and you hear cacophony, confused message.
Yes.
Just take out and look at the broader nature or impact of the conversation. And it's a very simple one. To ensure, like H.E. said, balance, fairness, fairness. Do you know the reason why? Who will show you? My NBC person about studio. Now my NPP about studio. Who in danger?
Yes.
Danger.
Fairness, balance, study all kind.
Because you see, Obi, where you are now, you may have a view that is entirely different from that of the Ekosiisen On In fact, you can even bring a resource person now for all intents and purposes. Obi say, or a very fair-minded person. But at the end of the day, the other woman say, but said to you, no one can in Masoma. And conformity really different. And that is the reason why I do producer who make sure daily you maintain balance. And that is one of the reasons why I listen to Asempa. Look, Ebia, Minia, Abronya Beba Studio, the Obeka not improve. But minimum say, the Abronya come, Oblu of what Obeka Master Messiah Day at the Amame. So at the end of the day, I am comfortable. Why do you think that you make that conscious effort? Why do you do that, Obi? What you are doing is that you are buying for your station credibility. How come that Okra station, a small station, coach, is small in way, meaning we say in Ghana here more huge mileage. But even look at the conscious effort you are making every single day. Look, it's like an awareness. I also giving me our energy so obey heaven. Our energy so obey predestination. Because every day be on your conscious. Why is it that your producers, not even a day, would they decide, say, today we empanel all NPP people? Why do you think so? Okay, I'm asking you, why do you think so?
Balance and fairness, of course.
Obi, what we most sure we have for Saturday, right?
Up to Friday.
Oh, yes, up to Friday, sorry. From Monday to Friday, religiously, you want to ensure fairness. Even in your editorials, I listen to you a lot. Even in your editorial, you try so hard. You prep yourself to be at least to appear as being.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Why do you do that?
94.7.
Why does it matter to you? Why does it matter to you? Oprah said, you don't quote and quote decide the issues of life and death. Consciously every day. Consciously every day. Consistently. Without fail. You want to ensure fairness. You want to ensure balance. Because the NPP back over. Or the NPP back over. Sometimes what the mean Dr. Kabila ba. It's a yana me struggle, but at the end it will be there. Even with that, there is fairness.
Okay.
That is what AT don't money. It says balance. Why should it be a problem?
Council Mensaka Honorable Kandapa tape no. Enti mame mo na afe yemfa komo no emre sure. Enti the Honorable Kandapa, a National Security Minister, at an event ana on members of the Judiciary aiding komo and some of the two dwane bi. And let me remind mu amutie nyina say the Honorable Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings abekansa wo studio a enche ye bete nka na afe yedin komo nsem bebre wo ho a ye ne bedi ho enkomo. Ba yentie the Honorable Minister of National Security.
Injustice occasioned as a result of the absence of an effective justice delivery system or delayed justice or biased justice is certainly a threat to national security. And indeed, when injustice abounds, particularly in situations where the bench, which is considered as the final arbiter of disputes, is deemed to be biased, citizens tend to take the law into their own hands, most times without recourse to the established systems of justice delivery. And similarly, the failure of the criminal justice system to ensure effective and expeditious trial of criminals adversely impact the morale of law enforcement agencies. It also emboldens criminals to perpetrate more crime and breeds lawlessness among the citizenry, developments which threaten the internal security of the state. If we are going to be able to address the security challenges that we have, especially the domestic ones, we need to be able to ensure that there is a judicial system that works. If we do not have a system, a judicial system that works, many people will simply take the laws into their own hands and misbehave and do what they want. Therefore, in trying to manage the security situation, it is important for us that we do get a judicial system that works. And we are all lucky that in the sub-region, we are perceived as a country where the judicial system works and where you could expect justice. If the interpretation of the law is tilted so much in our favor all the time, people will start accusing the judiciary and will not have the confidence that they need.
Okay, Council, enti yabo tape no. Yes. Okay.
Effective justice delivery system. A justice system that works. 3, where the judgments do not tilt so much to our favor, unquote. They say openi kasa na
insu asa.
So openi gari dia
na insu asa. Yes.
Openi kandapa said you wakano. Or say, for the sake of national security. Now, Obi,
Papa dia your book. Na title no ye. How democracy. You know you can kill democracy.
94.7.
Yes, you can kill democracy through democratic structures. What is that?
Yes.
Look, Obi, recently, NBC Amanyoku, H-Raw Cracker, respectfully, at the Command Council of State, said, answer, Mo, any study, and Mewafua, more Bermu. Oko Chief Palace, see, before we decided, was in the court to move at the wire day.
Abba, yes.
Mo, now, yet, money penny for. Much now, etu na na the danko kufado effort. Say, Uncle a non-MPP personal on countless occasions, what representing MPP, even in your own coalition centers, to be electoral commissioner. What you know for, Senana, it's okay, go ahead and appoint him. It was an electoral commission, as part of the decision, the first decision I was in the commission now, or my taking in the say, what Ghana has, yo, or my Ghana has, you be registration exercise, Yenyan was district office. This is the kind of thing now, me who you yourself, you know, what will it manifestation? Who Jesus said you. On that electoral commission, no. Obi wa. On your so partisan. Uncle Becca say, me kwa de mi fi kwa you. Na yenkwasi from one location, headed back another, the district office, no. If you are 85 kilometers, me a case be my branch, be a friend, Ayuba, I was Supreme Court here. Ayuba, not Ofi, Daboya,
okay.
The class here or one, headed by the district office, 85 kilometers. Electoral Commission, man, we are 2019, also obeying what district offices in Boom, and some year come on. That is how it manifests. That is how it manifests.
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Said you, me, my deputy regional youth organizer of Greater Accra. Just here, shy with you. BC Judiciary, about district capital will do. And you said you, yeah, world view in our airport residential area. You are Ghana, SOC airport residential area. Ghana expansive. Oh, Joe, be said, on fear pussy. No under district office. A war. Oduma say, lower mania club or constituency. But who be said you, where to kind? Who appreciated the dynamic, the geography of Ghana? Who bet nine trying after taking this kind of decision?
Okay.
A constituency like Bole Bamboy, meaning from Bamboy to Bole, 120 kilometers. Probably Babato. If you are Bole, 150. Now, which means nine crime. And make it easy.
Yeah, but council
you can only do that if you have a certain mindset set.
Okay.
Either you make life difficult for Ghanaians or you just don't care. And Obi, like H. on the money Muhammad, it is not going to be business as usual. And it will happen, inshallah.
Very well. Council, we'll come back to this conversation some other time. Why? Lawyer Eduji Tamaklo, Director of Legal Affairs of the NDC, and also a private legal practitioner, and Motesi AD and Komo. You also might have heard, sir, and police for Echo Court on minority for intended demonstration to the Bank of Ghana. Court, no, there was a preliminary objection from counsel for the minority members no council now so ne eduje tamakule no edi and community court no journey say or the decision on the preliminary objection about this Friday, and then they would go into the merit of pleas for application before the court. Into that's where we are with that. Into I'm some minority for no postpone one demonstration almost you more enjoy cra route almost you no one no that's we so the only thing I best is the date of that demonstration. My member Honorable Zaneto Ajeman Rawlings Akwaba patch your ear microphone here man. Yeah. Aha. Good. Yes. Honorable Akwaba na etesen.
Nyame adom na mso.
Nyame adom bibi aboko. Kole clote we eboko.
Clote.
Oh,
municipal no na ye clote. I don't know why it's back and forth. I mean,
really?
Ni nti omo ye municipal assembly now omo anya no same as the constituency record. The confusion but.
Yeah, the confusion but was obi frame make catch him say ye wo kole bu. India ye call it clotty.
Easy now mo ye no clotty calling. Who did they consult?
Yeah, that's
it's
really
a bit problematic at times.
Yeah, it's true. But I said constituency why you call there.
Yeah, Nyame adom.
Yeah, then Nyame say. You are in your second term as member of parliament, right?
That's correct.
Second term. Wow. It's been worth it, I suppose. Oko parliament no yeah.
I mean, it's been a bumpy ride, back and forth, and the reality is, even though you are one of 275, we're supposed to be representing the interests of the people of Ghana. Sometimes, the partisan issue can affect because of the hybrid system now practice Ghana a president or appointees a kind of parliament sometimes when we say idea be a the question is it good for Ghana or is it an agenda of the executive and that sometimes creates a bit of a conflict of interest with regards to how people I think perform their role in parliament because say okay executive who as an appointee and now can legislature know when the legislature is supposed to perform an oversight role with regards to the executive which side are you standing on? Are you protecting your government or are you protecting the people of Ghana by performing your oversight role? It's a bit problematic and it raises a lot of questions about what exactly is our ultimate objective as the people of Ghana when we are I suppose rolling out this form of democracy.
If there is one thing I would say sign in our constitution, it will be that, right?
We need to take a look at it. It's not the only thing. There are a few other things. I mean, one of the things, to be quite honest, a hammer drain power our constitution and the at least one woman freeze. One say one more constituted board, for example. I almost say there should be 10 people. And of the 10, there should be at least one woman. No better now, at least one woman. Not only one woman. And say better the ratio of men to women in Ghana. Then at least one woman must be scrapped. We need to look at a different ratio or a different representation, or just make sure that we are fully aware of the fact that you can't just have one woman for the sake of political correctness to satisfy, what the Constitution is asking of you. And it's something that really bothers me because what's happening in Parliament with regards to the fact that currently, a man 40. Out of 40 I hear 20 that's right I hear 20 on each side interestingly enough it balances exactly 20-20 but the thing is that brings us to 14%, which is not good enough because I will share the population of women in Ghana or females to males in Ghana. It's not 14% women or 14% female. If our parliament is supposed to be truly representative, then that gender balance must actually be seen. It should play out at that level. But the problem is the issue is not at the parliamentary level per se, because answer no bedroom parliament, it has to go through the parties. So political party reforms are important because all the talk of affirmative action and seeing greater women representation in the House of Representatives, for example, and our parliament, for example, can't happen because even if we need to have 50% women or 40% women in parliament. If it's not laid out within the internal mechanisms within
Party
the various
mechanism,
parties now, you're just putting something on paper that will not actually yield any results.
But I don't know, what would you rather the parties do? Because parties, say, they've done a lot in terms of encouraging women. So filing fees to me half Emma women. And they think say no is something they've done to encourage. Unless you're saying say parties no and should pay quota be reserved for women. And
well, that's one of the ways that we need to handle it. The reality is representation na is not a fair representation. And when you have a situation where there's unfairness, you must find mechanisms to level the playing field. And untina, many years ago, I think in the 80s and maybe early 90s, at the time, President Rawlings, my father was head of state. There were instances where, in taking electricity to the north, for example, and taking it to some of the villages that were outside of Tamale, outside of Bolga, for example. Because at the time, no woman na ewo crass ain't mean to your electricity bills na. Woman na woman urban centers no. And now almost bear the cost of SAR bills, no. And then as time went on, now their capacity to make payments also increased, no. Then it started being rolled out. You understand? So when you're trying to create a situation where there's an imbalance and you want to balance it out, how do you find ways? And it doesn't mean say as we sit here and I can tell you say this is the exact way it has to be done. Obviously there has to be broad stakeholder consultation. We need to look at the way it's worked in other jurisdictions. Yatehana Edebiakas and Rwanda has more. Yeah. It is not by accident, Nasi. There was a genocide that preceded, but there's a conscious effort, and the political will is there to make sure, say, Womunya results in terms of a lot more women in leadership and representation. They didn't just leave it to happen. It's something that's constantly being worked on. It won't happen automatically. Egypt, for example, their House of Representatives, they had a quota system for women. And they carried it out for quite a few years. Omunya balance no and amuyi quota system. The numbers dropped again so badly they had to restore it. So there are certain situations where it won't happen by default. There has to be that conscious effort to make sure say balance no is I don't think that it's
I would imagine say for starters maybe Anka parties no could have even said say 40 ne wo sisiano. Can we find a way of protecting them? Preventing contest in their respective constituencies. That would have been a fair starting point. And
very, very, that's a very valid point. Or at the very least, so sure one more gather votes, for example. But incidentally, you'll find that within the two parties, since we're the two that are represented in Parliament, we're trying to not executive beer. Oka party structure no ho na contest oba na ewo ho and I say binoma e bia omani da sa seat no so they get rid of the woman obehwe no na wom de bema be a replace no and with respect and ya say mema no entimi adwuma no but if we are really committed say we really want more women to represent and not just for the sake of women representing but the reality
quality representation
of course but I mean to be fair, I mean, not all men leaders everywhere present quality.
Sure.
Even that, no crapo, there should be a little bit of room. I'm not from the school of thought that says that just to fill up a space, now do you be abakeke. Nipakrono and building capacity. But to me, decreasing filing fees is not enough. Because fine, we're decreasing filing fees, After that, the struggle you must go through to even raise funding to support your campaign. And then on top of that, your politics atem no a reserve ema no stronko. When you do that, it's difficult enough trying to emerge as a woman in your field anywhere. And so when you've built up a reputation for yourself, na ABI, you feel say person co-represent or crop for baby. Not just say nyama and for na and you just ask yourself, as a people, what level of respect do we have for women in our society that we should allow? Say, one more have had the courage to come out. Now, you do one more attempt to the extent that you just ask yourself, would you allow that to happen if it was your mother or your sister or your daughter? We need to change our mindset with regards to how we make the space safer for women. Otherwise, you will have the women who have the capacity, but they will not be interested in taking up those positions. Because, say, I have daughters. I don't want to have a situation where, and it's happened before, unfortunately. But the thing is, as a mother, you want to be a role model for your children. And you don't want to have to constantly be explaining to them that this thing that you heard on the radio is a lie. It's just my opponent trying to find a way to denigrate me, thinking that will destroy me so that they can gain the upper hand. And the platform, say, the media must take a strong position on this.
Yeah.
Well, because if the media makes room for women to be abused, denigrated, and belittled now,
that's a dereliction of our duty.
I think so. Because the Constitution recognizes the value of the media. Popularly called the fourth estate. But I mean, the Constitution recognizes you, and it means that your role in protecting our democracy is key. And as part of that, saying to me, I'm protecting Emma, because Constitution talks about inclusivity. It talks about equity. Now, say if we are not doing all of that, which are all parts of the pillars of good governance, then we are talking a lot, but we are not putting our money where our mouth is, and I don't think that's good enough. 30 years into the Fourth Republic, there are certain things that are happening that we should not even be talking about. Like this conversation should not be happening, to be fair.
It's true.
If at this point, we are still having these challenges, then not enough is being done across board to ensure, we're changing the status quo and ensuring that we're creating a safer space and allowing for our democracy to evolve in a healthy way.
What would you tell Obia Ebiotietre will rise in the political space? Because for Zaneto Nioma Ebia maybe suffer in their constituencies on Shadan Sofabi ewo Cloticole. And then I'll be catching Sanipano.
I've been through it all and worse.
Cloticole.
I'm telling you.
Really?
Yes. To the extent let me give you a very interesting example. One of these days, just drive through my constituency. Uben who say Ebinuma almost standing for election 8 years ago, almost posters at the hotel. People were contracted and are still contracted to rip off my posters. So then you must ask yourself, well, resources now, are you going to keep printing posters that people are being paid to rip off, or are you going to now say, well, posters don't win elections, so redirect and focus on other things? But these are some of the things that are happening. And I say, Obia or your executive, they're supposed to be part of the party you belong to. Wakotna radio, so. And I just say, ripping you to shreds. And you're asking yourself, at the end of the day, we're real primaries now.
You are supposed to work
Are you now going to backtrack and say you were lying? Where is the integrity of your speech as a representative of a party that is supposed to have, the unity and development and all these, integrity and so on as key principles of its formation? Whether it's the insults, I got my fair share. Some of 2015, a primaries new I ended up in court. For 9 months, I was in court, High Court, Supreme Court. And the ruling on that, affair was being used in the Quaison case as well. And then after that, having executives who decided, they would work against me. I mean, that's correct. Okay. So I'm only saying this to let you see, the fact that we've managed to emerge and we are still working does not mean we haven't been through tough times. Wow. But the thing is, I believe, when your heart is clean and your intentions are good, now in Krofon who say you mean well, those who matter will work with you because they understand, you are doing it to support the community. And ultimately, I think that is what came through. And God being so good, in spite of some of the extreme propaganda, I see and Krapu, I was able to win my primaries. This is the third time around. But it's not been an easy journey. But at the end of the day, you have to understand, yes, my father is the founder of the NDC.
Yeah.
It did not stop people doing what they did.
That's
I was not given preferential treatment in terms of whether my seat was protected or not.
Even when na opapatiasin impo.
Sa otiasin na yede me call court no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Exactly.
I remember.
You know, and he was still alive for my first 2 primaries.
Yes.
I was not given any special dispensation. I was not exempted from elections or anything. So I've been through it. There are people who have you know, come through the primaries who in some cases they were going to be contested. Almost step it down. I've not had any of that. No.
And as like party establishment and then for Kasama almost step down, right?
In some cases, yes. So the point is I did not come into this expecting preferential treatment. I came in knowing say ejuma na ye the yakoma ne ya dreaming and working together with others. The challenges are real, but I think ultimately so obi to hona bia or dream while so obi san very critical questions.
So or dream was okay.
What are your reasons behind it? And understand say these are some of the challenges, and are you willing to go through to the end? Because it's very easy to actually to feel a little bit I don't know what word to use. You will regret the decision. You know, we say
but unregretted decision to.
No, I haven't regretted it, but there've been moments where I've had to really dig deep because you ask yourself, say, it's not out of selfishness now. You're doing it because you believe that there's a contribution that you can make to your to your community. There were tough times, but that's why I'm saying so obi epesa or yes you really must be sincere to yourself about your reasons why. Homework the difficulties or at least some of the challenges that others face so that you can at least prepare as much as possible. Of course, you can't be 100% prepared for some of the challenges that will come. But just like going for a job interview, so now a little bit of a footing with regards to a better understanding of the lay of the land. With that, now which I try.
My next question would be, Sisiano, what contested with 3rd primaries? You are now the candidate of the NDC in your constituency. Say, 1 month for a call to the polls in December 2024. A footprint on the constituency on Beshaka say, okay, Wayne Simon Zaneto 3rd term,
I'm saying what I'll have to do is I'll have to divide it into various sectors. Because to come up with any plan, you can't be too ad hoc about it. In spite of the fact that as a member of parliament, my main mandate is supposed to be within the parliament itself, making laws and our oversight role and everything. But within the constituency, my human touch, the interaction with constituents, I think is very important because ultimately and if they can't get a sense of who you are, I think that's a little bit it doesn't help. That is an important part. From the health aspect, are divided into the interventions and then infrastructural support, where I've actually clinics now a constituency. Not just during COVID, but infrastructure support. Baby to say Osu maternity. Now woman here UV light. Say akolana winya jaundice. Kania na yedisi no so ne court no. So I provided some of those ne Doppler machines. No say opinions and na opesa check your baby heartbeat. No, the machines for checking those. Provided some of that, and then a electrophoresis machine. I did check blood. No, so for example, obi or sickle cell and BB sana. They don't have to now take the blood sample elsewhere. One to me, provision of a few other bits of equipment for them because that's what they required. Usually, you do a needs assessment because sorry, me the way my clinic no. And see, I do my tours of the constituency, the health facilities. No matter the only here, yes or not, then provide those ones. The Tamastation clinic, for example, a water station hono. A man now womu juma wohona and a hona womutaiko. Now hono se the facilities were not the best. And see, I recently provided them with 2 hospital beds, examination beds. Umetimide ashre a encrofono a bahono. And now in terms of also supporting the Adabraka polyclinic in Masano, like provision of like disinfectants in Masa umbetimi ediaye ejuma. In addition to that, from the point of view of ABI, like interventions, social interventions, also providing regular health outreach programs. Okay. Because overall, but in general, no who say communities be or ebi anipa krono onim say be or high blood pressure. But sikana anka e was audito edrono only binti on fair drone into yes programs here. And on the Maya coin we either identify new patients who have high blood pressure, for example, and now say one more high blood pressure and diabetes woman to mean to enrono. We provide the service including enrono we provide for free. Say the beya no because Sabio obi eba be home health screening no neti awaba ho no onim so diabetes onim so high blood pressure but all bano a dronunti and oba, which is fair because ABI a dronunti or call check up or hospital check into obasa and now you're checking ipacrono now you who say ABI in the blood pressure and air was right. I want you be son to say, what's the situation now? Fair the drona mano said the bear MBA to say waba ya catching and say and draw we know here now the prescription mano not on koto into we provide everything there so that we have that full cycle at the premises. Breast checks, so cervical checks, so ekaho, nano, and then we do the dental and so on. So it's almost like a mobile clinic. Doctors, nurses, pharmacists are mobile. We come together, we do this, and then we do them in the various sectors. As you know, the constituency is made up of 11 electoral areas.
11.
Yes, not
like
9.
A big constituency.
It's huge and it's very densely populated. But you see, sometimes a man for Enenam Quine so the major roads now one will name the extent of poverty and the difficulties that people are having because on the main road it looks like there are no problems here, it's commercial and so on. But so in Grandfather because are me. So in the inner city Honoma, you realize that there are a lot of real issues where a lot of people are living in extreme poverty. And see, some of these projects or programs now, interventions, it's really to make sure we're not leaving anyone behind. Now, say your schools, we also divide that between the infrastructural support, for example, and then the intervention. So intervention, providing math sets for all the school, the children who are doing their BEC, which is something I've been doing for the past 7 years or so. Now, to say recently, a friend was saying. Sanitary pads, Emano as well, because you see, sometimes what happens is people talk about this issue of young girls missing out on school and think of only the rural areas, but it's not the case. There's a lot of poverty in our urban areas as well, and sometimes what I say NGOs na their mind is totally focused on the rural areas, and what happens sometimes is those in the inner cities, in the urban centers, they are also living below the poverty line, end up never benefiting from some of these interventions just by virtue of the fact that they are in the urban cities, in urban areas, and they are almost the invisible group, and then provision of furniture for the schools, because, once again, Bibi to say, tables, people keep looking at pictures in, villages somewhere far outside of Accra, where they're sitting on blocks and they're sitting on broken furniture. But if you go to some of the schools right here, you'll see that the problem is very much the same. And it's heartbreaking because, say, we're in 2023 now, in Kolana Omo school, in Konyana Omo Tinasono. Akonyane bu inti akola na ote so no krapo ade teacher no kano
on tempo.
No, because it's difficult. It's difficult to see. This is a crime, and it's difficult to see these things and ignore. Another intervention in a basic school one of the electoral areas Ringway now here a KG block because nanka almost say because of the way the school is set up now, some of the children are their siblings are in another school, and the complaint was that they wish they had a KG in the school as well. So the bank start and then finish up to the JHS level, for example. And see, those are some of the interventions that I've also done. And then with regards to educational support, supported a lot of people to the tune of over 100,000 Ghana cedis for at the various levels. People keep saying, say, free SHS, but the cost involved in providing for one child who's going to free school, sometimes cost now sometimes it's more than what it was before, and so there's quite a huge financial burden. And parents are really struggling. And see, we're doing a lot of support for children and young adults. Iowa constituency, of course, the procedures you have to make sure. Say, akolano ampase aha and school. Aha being the constituency itself. Ninyamasa provision of books, science kits, and so on for the various schools and so on. And sometimes just supporting the schools with lights because na akron for all sorts of social vices going on in the school.
Classrooms.
They come to school one day, their school has been broken into. Women really fans no masa. And see, it's been a bit challenging because trying to make sure, say, I'm liaising well with the police. And then also with the assembly, because strictly speaking, strictly speaking, assembly, Juma. But say, if I have the means to actually do something now, that's what I do. Into one of the cluster of schools I work at the Braka sector, they did not have water. Trese, Afedi, and Kolano, part of their duty when they came to school was to actually go and fetch water. In order to make sure they had water in the school. And so, I provided a borehole for one of the cluster of schools there, because there are about 6 schools sharing that whole the huge premises over there, Nyamasa, and then of course within the religious area as well, provision to some of the mosques and the churches in Nyamasa, and celebration of Homo, for example, because it's you can't ignore the cultural aspect of any community. Into support for the various royal houses, and all of the various traditional leaders are a war constituency, plus even supporting the police with motorbikes at some point, because they said they didn't have enough bikes for patrol to ensure security of the constituents, provision of street lights. It's actually sounding like I'm an assembly member than a member of parliament, but I think what I do in parliament, I think the statements and the questions on the floor and a lot of committee work, this in my second term I was given the position as a deputy ranking member on the Select Committee on Defense and Interior, so I'm part of the leadership there as well, and we've had quite a lot to do there as well. And see, apart from my role in parliament, participation in debates and all of that, within the constituency, because you're asking constituency, and then sports as well. Sports is a very important thing to me.
I saw a video recently, Anna.
Oh no! Why did I even go there?
No, I know that video. That video trended really well.
I was even
it was
surprised.
All over the place. Why not a competition?
No, so it's not a home award now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, celebrations, and to add some extra excitement to the atmosphere. Now I thought would be interesting, because it's a football. Because traditionally I've always sponsored the home football between Osu and La. They do the home and away games every year, and I just personally, I have diverse interests when it comes to sports. Okay. For me, said the overemphasis football. So I felt, why don't we add something else to that? And I thought the bodybuilders and the weightlifters might find some, something else that would be of interest. We organized the competition between the Osu sector and the Adabraka sector. Yes, and Osu. I went as a co-sponsor and as the MP hosting the event. Mete ho say mema obi fans mete ya MC no say. Then MP no, so I'm sorry now. Oh my goodness. And of course, I was wearing my ripped jeans and the trainers were not even the right one. It's me kono crowd but na me bomb say mama could say. Oh, but it was a lot of fun. It's good to get a lot of our young people involved, because we have to recognize, if we're talking about encouraging the youth, getting their interests, we need to recognize that they don't all have the same interests. And it's unfair to impose what we think
on them.
We must understand, ABR, these are the different interests that they have, and try and make provision so that we have this level of inclusivity. Beyond football. We have volleyball, we have tennis. I've supported a lot of children. I think it was over 100 or so children, gave them tennis rackets and trainers and balls and everything, because if you're keeping young ones occupied with sports, sports gives you discipline, it gives you that level of commitment to something, and perseverance and all of that. So, and of course, the health aspect of it is very important. And then if we look at...
my producer just got the video.
Something.
And see, more share live on YouTube. Ube video.
That's so funny.
And that's the honorable member of Parliament. Hey, now, wait, no.
Oh, no, I'm do kakra, but
Wow. But
you have
that was really good. Why is it something you do quite often? But that's the way do.
So you have to position yourself properly, otherwise you can actually injure your back.
Wow.
Inti minim said na nkrofo is na obi gina ho or shout good posture, because so posture no nya when you no way pra. So you have to be very particular about how you do that.
Wow. That's nice. That's really nice. Isn't it? Where the Homo Games Honorable MP co-sponsor.
Many Ironman supplements in a year, because I just thought, well, if we're trying to promote a healthy lifestyle, how do we make it easier for people? Because if promoting a healthy lifestyle is too expensive, it's difficult to encourage people who are trying to make ends meet. And what we did was, in the partnership, everyone who participated, almost a supply of supplements for their participation. And one more, the first 3 places, had vouchers to the tune of a couple thousand cedis plus cash in addition to that, and a supplements at the account, so that at least they know that in doing so, we're encouraging them to keep that healthy lifestyle, and that will help to encourage other young people to get involved. Because what would be really nice is we would try and raise some money to be able to set up a gym in the community so that they can train properly. Because if you had actually watched the rest of it, and Kauben say there were some of the people from some of the areas, they were not really able to do the weightlifting the right way, because almost the local gyms they're not using the correct equipment. To be able to provide them with the correct equipment means that they now learn how to do it properly, which means that if we're looking for representatives for Ghana, say a Commonwealth Games, then we have people even in our constituency who can also at least qualify for those things. Then so the sports, a lot of that, a lot of support to football as well. But then also, just from the point of view of the markets as well, I've supported a lot of the markets. We have the Adabraka Odona, we have the Osu as well. And with the Osu, there's the day and the night markets. The day markets, they were looking for some kind of seed funding so that group out now. So supported them with that, for example. And also night market no, what the problem was with them was stoves now was producing so much smoke that it was actually affecting their health. And as a doctor, it's something that was of great concern to me. And see, when they did mention it, I went there a few times. Honestly, those days, so Rahua, you can't actually see clearly because of the smoke. Now, so still, black suit now was on. You can see sometimes it was even falling on, on the food and so on.
Which picture is this? Where market?
Where your donor?
Odona.
Yeah, way Odona. Okay. This was a tour when we're going around because there was there'd been a fire shortly before that. And it was just to engage them and find out how far the municipal had come with trying to support them, with rebuilding the markets. We are still waiting for that to happen because Samobeka in 2020 there was a huge fire that happened, and I remember it because I think my father had just passed away, and the fire had just happened, and so I was actually in black that day. McCall whole time, market got destroyed that time. So with the Osu night market, for example, what I did was we got the a group from the University of Ghana. Actually, no, it was the University of Science and Technology. And what we did was we measured the output of smoke.
Okay.
Before and after we installed the stoves. And in doing so, we wanted to be able to provide scientific data, say, the intervention that we did yielded results. And not just by saying so. We measured the particulate matter, we measured the carbon monoxide emissions before and after. And there was a drastic reduction in, the production of, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, I beg your pardon, and then the carbon, particles. So we definitely reduced the footprint of the market, which I think we should be looking at buying some kind of carbon credits or something, because it really has made a difference. Now, for the women, what it did was it improved their profit margins, because Sikana and Kana firewood, they are buying a lot less, wood or even charcoal, and they are able to get the temperature up on the stoves very quickly. It's producing less smoke, so they're more fuel efficient as well. Because of the design behind it, it's as the women themselves say, the temperature goes up very quickly because of the heat being used, and it's almost like a jet engine kind of concept. And then because it's a closed chamber. Then also what happens as well is they spend less time cooking, But unfortunately, the flip side, well, not the flip side per se, but the current economic situation are affecting market, not to the extent that some of them are having to close a lot earlier because Nkrofo emba a market as frequently as they used to. Things are difficult. Things are difficult. And so because of that, I've provided a lot of social intervention for, mostly Emano, because they are the ones who have these little like tabletop businesses. One more year, say, and idea or business are register, but it be out on toy market could be what and so across the constituency, we try and make sure say any kind of intervention now, it's to make sure there's equitable distribution of the resources or support across. Say the Bay and Bay to say the Bibia Ako one area, because there are needs all across board. It's by engagement in the community now, who say Wahanum and Mana Wahano have not actually received some support, and then that's how we direct it. And of course, we have executives across the constituency who are able to feed back information on Neokosoa where we need a little bit more support and all of that.
In your case, or MP's office and I say a constituency office now we use
both.
Okay.
Both. We were trying to merge it into one, but sometimes sometimes what I realize and say ebia obi bano enye executives now person so there's that as well. And then of course my office in Parliament, which I don't use very often because Parliament the main thing is within the chamber committee work and most of the time it's just out on the move. But generally my preference is to go to the community because sometimes when you when you have people coming to you all the time, you actually lose out on the opportunity to see the reality of how they are living. Now, wait to me, who say, oh, this is what is going on here. And then it might even inform better the kind of decision that you will take with regards to an intervention. And maybe what you were going to do would have been maybe 40%. I would do when you come here and you realize that if you change the approach, you may be able to have a bigger impact by doing something different. And for me, that actually both my parents, because when we're growing up, my mother spent a lot of her time in the villages. I don't think there's a village in Ghana that she doesn't know. And I think just seeing that hands-on approach with regards to when you're a leader, you don't cut yourself off and put yourself in a bubble. You have to have your feet on the ground. And just growing up, because of the way we grew up, even when my father was head of state, we were really made to feel like, you can't just disrespect people. You go to school, you do the same things that everybody else does. Me call Wesley Girls. I was a boarder in Wesley Girls. Michi got us. Oh, really? Oh, yes. So it wasn't a case, oh, Papa, ne, man, penny. And now dining. Yes, with everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, for me, I wasn't raised to say, oh, ma, so. It's your parents' position is not yours.
Yeah.
You must make your chart your own path. Of course, you cannot deny your background. You cannot deny who your parents are. But you cannot say because my father is so and so, I'm entitled to this or that. I don't think that's the right attitude either. And that's not the way I was raised. Hard work is not something I'm afraid of, but I think efficiency is important as well. It's been an interesting journey to date. And it's ongoing. Actually, from here, I'm actually free happy. I may call a Osu Clotino, which is behind the castle, because landing beach now has caused the water to change its behavior in the area. And I'm just going to have a look at it and see what the situation is, so that I can actually speak to the municipal chief executive, because like I said, even though I'm the member of parliament, and most of the time you hear complaints, you can't say MP no. Sometimes but sometimes going there and listening and being able to redirect the complaint to the right person is always helpful. So I'm going to go and have a look at it now.
That's interesting. And the Honorable Zaneto Ajeman Rawlings and Aidin Komo, a member of parliament for the people of Klote Kole, and I say Kole Clotte. For now, because it's a district and then a constituency, no a different name. And you want Sembebri or why sign so ebusa, including the fact in 2024 be the third election. Will that be her toughest elections yet? This one says that I appreciate Honorable Zaneto's point on women representation. Unfortunately, with our current system of democracy and how polarized we are, it will be difficult to have more women representation in parliament. Even if one party decides to reserve certain strongholds for women only, opposing parties, including independent candidates, are not obliged to reserve those same constituencies for women. As a result, you still have men either as independent candidates or contesting on the ticket of other parties come up against women, and it is the electorate who will decide at the end of the day. The only solution I see is for us to go by way of proportional representation, where parties get to appoint members of parliament based on their performance at the national polls. So, for instance, if a party wins 47% of the vote at the national polls, the party gets to appoint 47% of MPs. Then we can make a law that splits the party share among men and women. That would also help improve on the quality we have in parliament. Kofi Ewo Hacho. Obi, okay, let me see this one. We say, Kwesi Aniki says, Obi Eyezu, please tell Honorable Zaneto that I want to have a picture with her, but I'm in Takrade. When is she coming here with former President John Mahama? Okay, Obi, no, good. We say, Obi, how will you know that all the narrations Zaneto is pouring down are true? From Mr. Dumso. Hey, Mr. Dumso. Okay, or the Okay. Or the book about in the book you crano in the end. I'll go through the pages and then I'll verify for you pretty shortly. We say, Obi, good afternoon. In fact, Zaneto is not my MP, but listening to her, she's very deep. I see no arrogance. I see no selfishness on her part. I love her interview. I am Stanley. Stanley, thank you. Obi, good afternoon. Dr. Zaneto Rawlings is such an intelligent lady. She would make a perfect running mate for President Mahama and also Ghana's first female president for the future. She would have my vote any day. Obi, keep up the good work. Prosper Dominion. Ewa Dakoman here in Accra. This one says, Obi, just by the way, listening to how she pronounces community, I can hear her dad's voice. I'm not an NDC person, but her father was my main man. I like her vigor. May Papa J's soul rest in perfect peace. KDM of Wolverhampton in the United Kingdom. We say, Obi, I can see that you are enjoying the English of Honorable Zaneto, so you even forgot to that it's a cheap program. Anyway, we are all enjoying it. Greetings to Honorable Robert Lamte, incoming MP for Medina Constituency. Obi, good afternoon. I like Honorable Zaneto. She's very intelligent. Honorable, keep up the good work. Loads and loads of messages coming through. I'll come back to all of them. And after your questions are akano, your sign Eddie Ebusano. Young Concotie we emra yeba na after questions are hono. To me, Eddie Ebusano. In one time, maybe this is here. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Just in 2 minutes, I'll be back with more. Stay with us.
When you're for would you want money seek free amanone and now one money seek amanone any beka customers and pimpima won't win a chedia one swallow access bank at chedia promo no a bribia bebura access bank and crabata BM Ekodisica money who you mabia a free 500 Ghana cedis euro who bet me win surprises a who don't move it's a Western Union and a money gramba with trimua my access bank in bra with three so a man seek cancel beto access bank account to move directed there and you free freto free 0800 004400 Access Bank, more than banking.
By popular request, I'm inviting you to join Latina Travel and Tours on a 7-day prayer pilgrimage to Israel. Be prepared to be baptized in the Jordan River by a special pastor and also pray at the Wailing Wall. We will visit Jericho, Bethlehem, Tiberias, Nazareth, and many more enchanting holy sites that will linger on and on. You can choose and register for any of the following trips. First trip, 15th to the 22nd of October 2023. Second trip, 19th to the 26th of November 2023. Rate $3,600 single per person and $3,200 double per person. Package includes visa, flight, hotel, tours, and many more. Call and book your space now on 0244-260-789 or 0558-120-400 or visit Latina Travel and Tours at Alisa Hotel, Northridge. Media partners Sunny TV, Sunny FM, and Joy FM.
Da.
Yes.
Sabroso olive oil no. Auntie Bisi on mami o.
Sense hunti.
And so the be here aduane won in kitchen ho.
No one can chance me if you ram soma o. Besene aduane won match mu ye. Auntie B.
Yes, if you ram ni.
Sabroso olive oil. Ya wo de aduane de ya wo ma me bi. Enye na wo bi a wo de chi nam no.
Anne, e Sabroso olive oil. Say eno na me de aduane ma me busuafo.
Sabroso enye no na free olive plant mo no.
Anne, wo a onim.
Na me ba e kire se ne boyfriend say won fa Sabroso olive oil no abi na mfa nye aduane mre no na hwie wo de akoto ne bi ma no na wo sese no
efiura aden asema wuken sini wanum
me
era waso won penatwe a koto wo Sabroso oil ebeye weduane enye na supermarket any shops mu etufo nko Mikado Pharmacy Limited any Elhams Pharmaceuticals Limited for 0501 471 882 and 0270 010 078. Da, it's what Jina Hama tenant Akasa Wanimsa.
What about Menka?
FDA, Aji, Judian Kratoi, Atum.
And now we are seeing you, and no one here, Sawoba, Wajuma, and no Wabusia Hubain. Nasa Yaka, a Hubamba, and no one security doors and padlocks are a free nails and locks. The baby Niviasia, Ankaya Dayan Tupunum. Se we hear quality and original security doors, steel doors, top security padlocks, door locks for main entrance, original bulletproof steel doors, any master key padlocks. Say a yes Solex, Totem, and now Mako and Oak are a free Italy, Turkey, and now Thailander. Nina be our nails and locks. Onya and fa aponophobia and kwato dianuo. Our cronfo baby use apono papa a free nails and locks. Sawo pe bako and now to form one. Brakra, UTC, and now phrase 0246 325-814 and 0574-960-273. Nails and locks. Kradoni apono papa and mahu bambo.
Share! Austin Properties promo idea. Emuodo.
Krumha and he for now being 7,000 Ghana cities. Nayacho cement 10 bags any blocks 200 daka home.
Meko dodo wako Jimmy dia seseya.
Enye dodo wankuan woman sa sini biwo. Ebe wa sebi Chai Hills, Doyu Murama Town, Afenya, Ayikuma, Asuchari Junction, San City a Chihonmwa, and Afe Chopoli. One sa sino and krata wahun asempie ni hu. Who council na person de bejia sasia. E kwai ho. Se Sika and Swan, one no bet say. Now what show said the obetia. Oxted property and would do one fire service no and a bunch anymore. And afraid 0244 684069 and now 0266 101406 and now 0240 933 748.
One expert jackpots na landio alande na what you biane na chedio. Yenya ni so betwa wo bet for sports game biaso. Now bet me dinkuni. Register with onexbet.com.gh. Now use promo code jackpot Ghana. Na travel bet. One expert ye kunim die ho safwa. One expert who was kunim difo. Gambling ho atru titwane wa hwe ye. Yema wa wundi mfie duo. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
Artificial intelligence, creativity, and sustainability. Join this year's Africa Rising 6, brought to you by the International Advertising Association IAA at the Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City, as we uncover the power of building future-ready brands on 5th and 6th September. Speakers Sasan Saidi, World Chairman and President, International Advertising Association, Anju Techiapia, Co-Founder and MD, ZPay, Letepu Machaba, Independent Business Leader, former Vice President of Home Care, Unilever, Ivan Moroki, CEO, Kanta South Africa, Guy Parker, Chief Executive, Advertising Standards Authority, United Kingdom, Steve Papaiko, CEO, Extreme Ideas, Sami Awuku, Director General, National Lottery Authority, and many more. This conference is sponsored by Margins Group, ZPay, Google, MTN, GOIL, and NLA, Media Partners, CNN, Media General, the Multimedia Group, Graphic Communication Group, City TV, and City 97.3 FM. Register now at www.africarising.iaaglobal.org for more information or contact Nanajwa on 0242 528 431 or the AAG Secretariat 0244 440477.
Big Four free game pack games no edi. Where akradia ne tuni ni die nyadin kra. The number ahodwa and 9 free 0 kosi 9 impressa de biara na beka yenkunum difuane ho. Wo betu mi atuwo abefon kratwabia www.gamepackgames.com ana ubebo star 946 hash. Wo phone so na wo dia man akradia adumeko eneli. Apene game pack games akradia iso. Unni fie du nwatwe a ultimate to akradia yi fanyansa to akradia. Big Four from Game Pack Games. More moolah, more power.
For your good health and comfort, only one name that will keep you fit and healthy. Comfortability. Safari products. Safari products. Safari tissues. Safari napkins. Safari towels. Safari products, yeah.
Ododo Adanfo, Nana Delay, Midin Sempana Beja, Safari Tissue at Trinity, and Gaiphone in Aqua Hibernation. Safari were toilet tissues, napkins, kitchen towels, box tissues, pocket tissues, any unbranded packs. Emuyedu, Eyamoton, Echinsuo, Awodimu, na Echenso. Ye the virgin pulp Kwana aye, ye fremu, na ye di fidia emote, and na ye said ye beya, Uncle Fire Yebia embrewo, na when yawa home council. Wubenya Safari Tissue at to show bia a benwo, so wo pedudwa tua, Presi Beige Ghana Limited was 0307 001 975 and a 6. Safari Tissue, ye tissue mu okunini. Safari Tissues, aye moton.
Safari the best. Safari, the tissue masters.
It is raining discount on Isuzu Ghana. Enjoy up to 35% down payment of an incredible range of Isuzu trucks. We are talking about the fantastic Isuzu pickup series featuring the rugged Isuzu D-Max base manual 2.5 and the versatile Isuzu D-Max manual 2.5 and the powerful Isuzu D-Max LS automatic 3.5 liters. Also, discover our exceptional trucks lineup from the agile Isuzu QKR carrying 5,200 tons to the mighty Isuzu NPR lifting 7,000 tons and the robust Isuzu FVR hauling a whooping 15,000 tons. And the deal keeps on coming. Enjoy an enticing 15% interest rate with flexible credit repayment options. Plus, revel in the convenience of a 20,000 kilometer free service with 5,000 kilometer service intervals. And guess what? Every Isuzu truck comes with a remarkable 3 years manufacturer's warranty with a whopping 100,000 kilometers. Reach us on 0302 813 919 or WhatsApp us on 050 144 3237. You can also visit our showrooms in Accra, Kumasi, and Takrady. Remember, with Isuzu, you are not just buying a truck, you are buying a legacy. Isuzu, with you for the long run. Sold and serviced by the trusted Mark Ghana.
Hey, Lala Didi. Didi Lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma what's the sign? Africa Queen Mackerel leader what's ya see unia. So what the year Jania? Hey danson. Tomato sauce ne go on so ye rich. Yes. A piece of war. It's the eme Jani ne day strong con. And nam no so muma. Na me just a nam pankwa. Wow bet siasi. No bet checking so. Hey grade one. Na me say me chokwa men kwai. Na me to be gumwa. Not on any term so. Honey. Oh papa. Oh you ma. Major. Mitch say, your love, Gary Photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni more. Intimate now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Shawenum keke.
Ecobank mobile to make me say, Ecobank mobile to make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tights with the Apple. Ecobank Apple.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank. King promise.
One expert jackpots na land yo, lande na watch bia na check you. Yenya ni so betwa wo bet for sports game bia so. Now bet me dinkuni. Register with oneexbet.com.gh. Now use promo code jackpot Ghana. Na chow bet. One expert ye kunim die ho safwa. One expert who was a kunim difo. Gambling ho atru ti twane wa hwe ye. Nya ma wa wundi mfie duo. Gaming Commissioner Jinka to we atum.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better.
your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model, securing your safety, creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiisen dwumade no wasoguso a wotie no ma yenna mu nyina ase ne ensan so makwa ababio emfa momra Asempa FM so make us say yene the honorable member of parliament for the people of Clotte Corley and aiding the honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rawlings. Yakasa bebrina about Nyoma Waye in her constituency over the past almost 8 years. Interestingly, you've been MP in opposition, mewa, like throughout your tenure and party our opposition. Okay, and no, a man particularly difficult.
Very, very much so.
Oh.
But once what can obey your manager, you, in spite of the challenges, you still have to do your bit.
Yeah.
And we're doing what we have to do. You know, I'm not the first member of parliament to be one in opposition.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, indeed post be our government, but you know, as a member of parliament, your mandate is clear.
Yeah.
You must do so. Yeah.
For the numerous intervention projects, no. Where they fund? How do you fund them?
Some of it is by raising funding. Some of it is my own money, and some of it is from the statutory funds. Common fund, no, ne get fund, ne
NHIS.
Yes, exactly. Now with all of those, no, there's a very specific procedure by which Ubenya says because Sikano embamming chain. It goes into the accounts which is presided over by the municipal assembly, for example, another directorate, which means I have to be able to provide evidence of one here says equipment and therefore you do a covering letter and all of that, and once that happens it could do hona. Sometimes that's where the issue is. At times be a delays be eba. Yeah.
And some of the delays, you think deliberate?
Sometimes it's been the case, yes. And sometimes it's simply because the fund has not just been dispersed in spite of the request, Sikano Emba assembly for you to be able to say be a winner first quarter now second quarter or whatever ubitimidi ayejuma ediabwa one crop for.
What project what me in the constituency am I feel very fulfilled? Say I am fulfilled to be able to have done this for the constituents.
Different things, because based on the different areas, no be any woman need. But I think one of the things many any intervention night market. Because for me, it was a way of letting people understand cancer carbon footprint that was making it tangible. And actually making protecting the environment and making it profitable at the same time, because a com obia na we say nipakono entry environment how can you make it a win-win situation so that people are incentivized to do what will be useful for the environment? And I think that was one of the ways in which we helped to improve, affect behavior change, and then also ensure that we were protecting the environment and protecting the lives and livelihoods of the women and children who actually work or live within that particular area. And see, that's one of the projects project many but there have been lots of others. If some areas, something as simple you would think as providing street lights, improving the security in an area, that for example was very good. Another thing I'm very happy about it, any a Greek project now. It's an ongoing project. Training Emma a youth near persons with disability, and it's providing them with the training in rabbit breeding, mushroom and snail farming. And what we do is training. We make people go through a process of applying, because into what we show interest. We make sure say your interest is not just say you're taking as a tick box, but you're prepared to actually put in the work to actually succeed. Now you're training them out one more. Then we give them a package into snail training. Now the snails amount, so that you actually have your stock to start with. Say rabbits no so the rabbits no cage amount and mushrooms and also just to make sure say if we're talking about trying to grow the agribusiness sector, it's not just by talking, and sometimes training is not enough, because while you're training, also a means of the person starting business. Now I just doing a little bit of homework, we realize say the sikama obina ebia ohia sikana wan hwe ya sikana nka wose ode start a business there might be some competing interests into the better side, but when we provide them with the means, which is the actual the rabbits or the snails, they can start right away. And we've had a lot of very positive feedback from one more we had even one lady, single parent, she was part of the first cohort of trainees. You're training on rabbit farming, and rabbits now. She was breeding now and now did school fees. And see, people have gained a lot of benefit from that, and some who did the rabbit training last year, this year came for the snail training to add to it, just to diversify the base of what they were doing. And see, there've been a lot of those things going on, and we had about 20 members of the deaf community who participated in the training. Snail farming, and some wanted, some other persons with disability were interested in the rabbit training as well. So we're looking at inclusivity, but in a way that we want people to succeed. We're not doing it say I can't say yama so and so number of people, not asemesi. Once it's done, we try and keep them connected. So they can support one another in a sort of like a cooperative visa, and a lot of them have actually grouped together, and they are doing a lot of these projects together. Some are adding value and selling to shops and so on. It's very encouraging. And speaking of persons with disability, I was actually at the Accra Rehabilitation Center. It's just opposite the Accra Psychiatric Hospital. Now, most of the persons with disability, they tend to have their meetings within this particular municipality. Now, you would just feel so sad. The place has really been neglected. Not enough funding is going to the area. Now, I just decided, it's something I have to just mention to see if we can have a lot more people, including the Ministry of Gender, to pay a little bit more attention to that. To that place. Because it's a place where, if we're talking about inclusivity, na ebia obi ebia ninifra and hard of hearing and whatever the challenge that the person has. Now at such a center, they are teaching them skills, but there's even a braille printing area over there for those who are visually impaired. And see, there is a lot of potential in the place, but it's almost as if there are always these competing interests, and persons with disability are not mainstream. So as I bear to say sideline, every now and then somebody remembers them, and then a little bit something, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. If we're really talking about inclusivity in the spirit of which the 1992 Constitution was actually crafted, we must not leave anyone behind. So Okohona, the place is really the potholes in the on the compound. Now, when we near Fra, they use the stick to guide them, because the place is not level. it's actually a hazard to them. Now, one more using wheelchairs, no, so it's actually quite sad. I will use this platform to appeal to the sector minister to kindly pay a visit to the center and see how they can do a little bit more just to make it a little bit more dignified than it is. They've tried to set up an area, a small foundation of a building which they want to create into a boarding facility for the women or the female, persons who are studying and learning a trade there, because and there's no area for the women.
Females.
And of course, inclusivity, we can't just have one section of society being catered for. Well, indeed, that's something that I'm hoping that a bit of attention can be brought to that, because what happens is there's a part of the common fund that is meant for persons with disability, but even though they're giving some, not enough, but some of it is going to individuals. I think that the centers in the various districts where you have a lot of the training happening and the support happening for persons with disability, they need to send some of the money there just to be able to help with the maintenance and the upkeep of the place. So the Bay say inclusivity, there's at least that center that is able to make provision for persons with disability to learn the trade. And it's not to turn the place into a TVET center, because once you do that, the criteria changes, and now it's not specifically for as a rehab center or persons with disability. So that's not what we're looking for. We want the place to actually be given a facelift, to be enhanced, for them to include, ICT, or like some kind of computer, aspect, technology to that, because things are moving fast, and we can't say that the old trades that they were learning and teaching people are the same ones that are still being done. We need to make sure we're moving with the times, because there are people who are visually impaired who are really amazing on the computer. Say it to me, creates opportunities now. Then we also have a situation where there is a little bit of inclusivity and more, I suppose, equity, within society.
This will be your third election in 2024. More primaries. Nipa sign a contest here.
There were three of us. Yes.
You were three. The last one, the number Dawson, right?
The last one was the same number.
And it was not the same number. Okay.
Yeah.
You have the same number contesting you every time.
It seems so, yes.
But that's really not what you wanted, Meboa.
You know what? It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're looking to deepen democracy, and part of that is that whole aspect of it's open and people can contest if they wish. I think the problem with that is sometimes the level of acrimony that comes out of it, because people, in trying to paint themselves as better candidates, now just trying to malign somebody else, which I don't think is necessary, because when you do that, which is not really what you're looking for. You're looking for a situation where, in the aftermath of whatever the outcome is, whatever the election, you should be able to bring people back together. And I say, if in the path of deepening democracy, because you're allowing for people to be contesting, you are creating so much animosity within the same group, that I think is unhealthy. And I think that's where structures of the party would, probably have to be more proactive in terms of, the guiding principles when it comes to how people conduct themselves during elections.
When a constituency chairman contested,
that was the last time. Both of them. One was a former chairman, the other one resigned to contest.
Wow. And the recent one, why am I contesting?
One gentleman who contested, we all contested the very first time in 2015 actually, and the other one, I think she moved her vote over, and also
but having gone twice, would this next year be your toughest elections yet?
I don't know whether I should. I don't know how to answer that, except to say that of course, as the years go by, the dynamics on the ground change, and it's really about staying on top of issues. And for me, the fact is, complacency is not what I'm doing in terms of how I go about it. Whether it's tough or not, what we need to do will be done. Now, at the end of the day, the people will vote based on if they believe that I can represent them well or not. And I believe, sir, to date, I've done my best in terms of representation in the House and representation within the constituency. And of course internationally as well, because for example, there are certain trips that I go on, the African Parliamentary Union, where I'm part of the delegation that represents Ghana, in various countries in Africa, and it's to make sure that at least when you're going there, you're speaking on issues and so on, you can actually make Ghana proud. I think that ultimately the people will decide whether I've done well.
But you have your eyes on happenings in the NPP within the constituency,
I'm observing, yes.
And who they would elect to come and face.
Well, there's an interesting tug of war going on. So I'm observing that, but ultimately my eye is on how to provide the best kind of leadership for the constituency. So it's staying abreast with what's going on there, but at the end of the day,
also, if it so happens, said the pundits be now predicted say MPP folk who ni noi naughty. So ni naughty.
You're called independence.
Yeah, you're called independence now. Was saying join the MPP. If it so happens, I don't know Muyina. How do you see him in terms of the strength in the constituency and the potential contest between the two of you?
Oh, at the end of the day, I have no worries about that, because I haven't stopped working from the very first time, and like I said, mine is not to get complacent.
Okay.
Fine. Fine. Either way, I'm focusing on that.
But you are sure you can maintain the seat for the NDC?
Oh, I will work hard at it. I'll work hard at it, provided says nothing funny goes on behind the scenes. Dear, we will be vigilant and we will make sure we maintain the seat, because at the end of the day, we need 2024 election, in your presidency now. We must ensure we have the majority that we need in Parliament to be able to ensure policies now emanate a free president. We can actually do our part in terms of legislation.
That's really interesting, because I've heard people say the person who presents probably, because our first attempt the MPP for the lawyer, I think lawyer Philip Addison.
That's right.
And UBT, Second one MPP for the wine by.
What's his name? Prince. Yeah, Prince Epiada.
Okay. And I've heard people say Obi or presented the brightest chance for the NPP. Really, does his candidate channel send some shivers down your spine?
Not at all.
You think so?
Not at all.
But are you a grassroots person, or you're known in the constituency?
If you say so.
Oh no, I hear. I don't live there.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you say in one particular area, fair enough. But how about everywhere else? And ultimately, look, I would like to see what his story would be if he's going to be campaigning on the ticket of MPP. What is he going to tell people that MPP has done? Because honestly, at this point, I mean, even some of the presidential hopefuls in NPP are saying they're not sure what they are going to campaign on. And see, if at that level, no one and to promote their party now, then good luck. Yeah, because I don't do this propaganda talk. I like to be straightforward with people and be real. I mean, at the end of your because ultimately, two things. Your integrity is important. In this na ABB a red, na me see a blue. I must be able to account for that at the end of it, because and between God and myself, I want to be able to say, God, today I spoke the truth and I did my best. Not every day at the end of the day, God, I'm so sorry. Forgive me, next day, tomorrow I'll do better. I mean, as a leader in any sense, as a citizen, as a human being, as much as possible, I also try say, now say what kind of and they understand, say you are doing your best, but these are the realities on the ground. No, I think people are reasonable enough.
Yeah.
Because I think we've seen enough of the fake promises. That will be a platform, so it can be a promise or heaven. We all know say then I will can won't me. What about won't me? And even not even the humility to say oh near kind in rano propaganda. But should you put yourself in such a situation, why not just be upfront to start with?
Yeah.
You know.
So if I heard you right, not just say the NPP government and said any footprint behind the constituency, like something they can point to.
We can try. I'm not going to sit here and speak on the MPP's behalf.
Anybody who would be on their ticket would have to come up with something about culture constituency.
Yeah, and for me, ebinum enenam, membodin, ebinum enenam. Edwin say last minute only bet me the seka abedada. Really? In all these years now, in Yamana Diaman Crofono, where were they?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's the height of cruelty. So betrayama elections are so answer na wadrin say ABR sika way na bebo way and I bebo SMC way. You know, I think that level of cruelty we're seeing in politics really needs to stop.
Yeah.
So what was Sikampa now chess up the Buan Crawford, then come and have interventions in the community. Not simply because open Crawford eto aba amawenti opesa ode sika ebe safe form as they say. You know. If you genuinely want to help the community, then do things that are sustainable. Now, by empowering them. Yes, last minute, elections in now the sika by Eddie No. I think
it will not work.
I don't think so. I mean, we saw what happened in Asin North, you know, in the lead up to the by-election. And I think that people are more discerning now. You know, ebia ene obise ene oto abama me mema of free electricity. Okay, fine, maybe for today, but it's not sustainable. Let's be careful about one more votes overly enticing, too good to be true promises. We know the reality in Ghana. Let's make sure say one say your votes no. They are speaking the truth, and they are speaking within the scope of what is possible and what is sustainable. And not to make slaves of people. Say instead of teaching you to fish, oba na or the kakraba. When you do that, you are not empowering people. You are rather diminishing their capacity to stand on their feet.
You and I think as the commenter by and suggests, you speak so well. Why are you not part of the NDC's communications team?
I suppose I can't answer that because usually say Wombefa Obi Ediaka team there's usually a meeting and then you get selected or you get appointed or informed. So I don't know how to respond to that because I'm not
so interested. You want to do it.
Oh well at the moment Ejumana Yediamamino is what is in my constituency.
That's their constituency work.
And I guess. Well, if I'm asked, I won't refuse to support the party. Okay. I mean, in the last election, I was asked a little late in the day, but to join the health committee
for the manifesto. No?
At the end of it.
Okay.
So I was actually called in at the tail end, so I wasn't really there at the very beginning of when all of that was being done. But I'm always ready to support. In my capacity, in whatever form that I can be effective. Yeah.
I've heard people say, and when the names of running mates ever apa, your name pops up. I mean, Mate Mebusa Honorable Kojo Asare, for example, former MP for Adenta, now body potential running mate within the NDC. List be or the Atuja Biaudi. When I've heard other people also say, John Mahama consider Oba, he should look your way. Are you flattered by that? And Alfred said, you've done a lot to put yourself in that position, where your name even comes up when we are talking running mate in the NDC.
Well, I'm sure people are looking at a lot of different factors and perhaps coming to that conclusion. Flattered, I don't know if I would quite say that. I think it's an interesting responsibility because I think by by so doing, what it does is perhaps to remind me to maintain a certain level of integrity in what I do, because these things matter.
Yeah.
You know, but it's I guess I'm honored by the fact that the name keeps coming up, if that's the case. But ultimately, Enyamina me appointed me home. I think beyond that, no, I don't know how to respond.
But if that call comes through, would you respond?
Oh, let's not be preemptive or premature in this question, me Paucho. But like I said, look, at the end of the day, when we're called to duty, we take it up. And it's not a case of shying away from any chance to serve, you know, the party and ultimately Ghana. And for now, where I find myself is as the Member of Parliament and parliamentary candidate for the constituency in Tiejumana.
That's what you are focusing on. Because interestingly, Sisiana may check me messages and our constituency secretary, Eugene Ishen Elliott. He's your constituency secretary, right? I say, Obi, don't you think my MP and parliamentary candidates should be considered for the running mate slot, despite the exceedingly aptness of Prof. Jane Nano Pokwajiman for the slot? Mama Fafali. That's your name? Mama Fafali is the Yasantua of Clote Kole, the slayer of elephants such as Philip Addison and Prince Deborah, and will soon add Ninoy Valentino to her conquest. Eugene Ishen Elliott and Odiwe Abba. And you see, I told you, I mean, it's something that's really gaining root in the NDC. So it was a part, you know, a way. But if, and again, I mean, not to preempt what the flag bearer will do, but if the mantle should fall on you, what do you think you bring onto the NDC ticket? If the mantle should fall on you, because it can.
You're using a different way to ask the same question again, Obi. You're trying to be very tricky here. I think I will have to dodge this question.
Dodge this question, eh?
I'll grant this question.
I'll grant you that. But we say, Obi, let her settle the debate before she leaves the studios. Great Olympics or Accra Heart of Oak?
Oh, goodness. Why not be
Alex Martins and Okoforidia?
Heading.
Or no, a heart supporter?
Well, you see, traditionally, no. I'm a heart supporter.
Oh, okay. That's where the issue is.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oli and Accra Heart of Oak, Charlie. That's one hell of a debate.
Isn't it?
So, Obi, thanks for the re-emergence of Valentino Nino Enote, aka Nidade. The MP for Clote Kole is now waking up to her job. Unfortunately, it's too late for her. Playing the affirmative action card at this time won't save her either. The hard-working, competent, vibrant, energetic, and selfless official landlord of Clote Kole is back home to rescue the seat for the NPP. Sir Obama in Pokwase.
That's Pokwase only constituency. Obviously, he doesn't know the dynamics, so I'll let him off the hook on this one. But I actually take exception to his point about the affirmative action. Okay.
It was not.
I think it's in very poor taste. Yeah. Because the is exactly the point I was making about the issue of women in leadership. What does Ejumana May have to do with the point I'm making about the fact that the reality is there are not enough women in parliament, there are not enough women anywhere with regards to decision making? You know, and he should learn to separate the two issues. You know, because what does it have to? I've never at any point said that people should vote for me because I'm a woman. It tells you the mindset that you know he's coming with. But I really believe we need to disabuse our minds of this kind of mentality. You know.
I agree. Let me see, because I was so called a conversity area and I can into Lagoon. Lagoon. My final where's your mom? Mommy way?
On crying.
Oh, she's around. Yes. But recently I heard the NDC were making overtures to her to come back. Eguso, are they Muguso?
Well, if you heard that, Nenya Nipakrona or Catcher or no, I was so on the confirm the current status of that.
No, that's a BBC Ecowas you would know.
Oh, Nasa and Nisa Metina platform. So I can once there has to be an official position that the party takes. There's a national chairman, there's a general secretary, there's a flag bearer, but in terms of the proper protocol, no, and yes, I was a Metina, I can't say something.
From your political career and the Siwenisono, has the demise of Daddy taken something away?
His demise has taken something away from us as a country. Obviously, that's my father, and we were very close. So for me, a personal loss. But I think that overall, no. At a time like this, with everything that's happening, not just here but in the sub-region, a lot of people keep mentioning his name now. Which I think so I can't say it's a personal loss to just myself. Even as a party, we that's our founder. We've lost our founder. As a country, we've lost a head of state who really stood out, not just in this country, but across the continent as well. I mean, so I'll share some of the Nyema in Krofo, was sub-region, Kano, and even in the whole of Africa, one of the things they credit him with is we've seen, say, a lot of heads of states change the constitution to remain in power. He could have chosen not to even go into constitutional rule. We've seen countries where, in spite of whatever international pressure, no, Papa no so also on. So I think that he left a good legacy, and that's what we are building upon. There's a fourth republic because somebody in the case of him, for example, decided, say, he would abide by the constitution into 2 terms, and he bowed out. He did not interfere. We have seen in countries not far away from where we are, where the person finishes their term and they decide they won't go. And that's not healthy if we are talking about deepening our democracy. And see, yes, I think his departure has been a huge loss to not just myself or my family, but to, I think, the country as a whole.
It's
but
true.
Hopefully, as we move forward, we will look back, to the lessons of the past and try and make sure that as a country, we must make sure that we are putting things in place to ensure that those things that were not good do not happen again. And if we're looking at ourselves as supposedly the shining star of democracy, we must not have people using the very structures that are holding up this democracy to undermine what we have, in this country, because democracy is still quite young, and it's a fragile thing. So also around the sub-region, and you cannot take for granted that you have arrived. The day you feel you have arrived is the day that things start to go wrong. It's an ongoing thing, and there should be that constant awareness, say, baby, are you free abano? We've managed to get 30 years in this fourth republic. It didn't happen by chance. We mustn't undermine the structures that maintain this democracy.
And you think we should be worried with what's happening in Francophone Africa, especially West Africa?
I believe that also Francophone Africa, there's a common thread which is different from the Anglophone countries. Okay. So we're having issues across with regards to, mismanagement of resources, poor equity of, lack of equitable distribution of resources, poor governance, people switching constitutions to suit their personal interests as opposed to what's in the interest of the people. So should we be worried? Yes, we need to take a lesson from that, to understand that democracy is actually very fragile. Now, we should look within and look at the things that are happening here that are undermining this very democracy that we are all celebrating so much. But I think a conversation that we're hearing but perhaps not having enough of is the reality of the status quo between France and the Francophone countries. We can't run away from the fact that there is a lack of justice with regards to, or fairness with regards to how they have been allowed to grow post-independence. And if we are not going to have those conversations honestly, then we're going to be talking around the issues. Well, if you have a resource-rich country that has people who are living below the poverty line, there is something wrong. And say Ecowas ain't me and share situation no in all honesty and dealing with the issues, no, and we are talking around it. We have a problem because if we are going to talk about the issues of military takeovers in other countries, we should also be looking at the constitutional coup. That's what I will call it, because if you are elected into power. Now, why you are doing say constitution now? Wo beto you know.
You want to tweak it to favor
abano for you to get into that position. No, now you want to tweak it to favor you, not because the people have asked for it. One and one can say you deserve to stay longer. How is that different? You are just basically using technicalities to establish the same thing, which is to impose yourself on the people, which goes against the tenets of good governance and democracy. For me, the honest conversations about what is going on in the sub-region, we need to look at, and we can't disentangle that from the corruption. We can't disentangle that from the issues relating to Galamsey. All of these things are related. If you look at some of the conflicts that are going on in the sub-region, you can literally superimpose conflict over resources. Which means that in the chaos is what people are using to rip the countries of whatever resources they have, further impoverishing the people as a whole. We need to have more of, in terms of, I think, enforcement of the law, and there have to be stricter, enforcement of whatever it is that will keep people in check. Now, political interference, yehu se obi aye bibia enye obehwene na obi afre every office be say oh me ni penny monjano. When you do that, you are breaking that system that says that when you do the wrong thing, there are consequences and the law is operating as it should. And I think the tape you played earlier on National Security Minister can't be, I think that's all part of how that works, because ultimately all of these things affect your national security. If you don't have enough drinking water for your people, that affects your security.
It's a national security problem.
Food security is also part of national security. Your environmental degradation, all of these things form part of it. So if you look at the Ghana's national security policy now, exactly, all of these things, and one of the things that's in the top of that list of things that are a threat to our democracy is corruption. We need to address all of these things.
Address that. It's true. In the latter part of Daddy's life, na down for Pane, the President of the Republic. Are you his friend as well?
Oh, I don't think I would say I'm his friend. He's our president, yes. Of course, there's a cordial relationship. I cannot disrespect him out of respect for the seat, and as I was brought up, you don't just disrespect people, but I don't know if I would say I'm his friend, no, but I was raised to respect the office. And you respect our elders. It doesn't mean that you cannot speak your mind. It does not mean that you cannot disagree, but I think it's about decorum and how we conduct ourselves.
But the NPP will lose 2024.
It is the NDC's election to lose, which means that everything is set for us to win. So we just have to do the
things
work
you have to do to
exactly
win. If you don't, then you lose. So it's your election to lose.
That's right. So we have to do what we have to do to ensure that we win, which is why this registration process that's going to happen from the 12th of October to the 12th of September to 2nd of October. I will say make sure, in spite of the fact that I believe the EC could have done better with regards to opening up more centers. The reality we find ourselves with now is that Wamasi District Office is so we have to make sure we allow as many, or we encourage and I suppose create the situation for as many eligible voters to actually go and register. Said the democracy that we are deepening, come the time for elections, those who are eligible to vote will actually have the opportunity to express their on the ballot.
Fantastic.
Paper.
The Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajeman Rawlings. We'll do this some other time. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. We wish you very well.
Thank you.
Fantastic. That's the Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajeman Rawlings, who is MP for the people of Klote Kole here in the Greater Accra region. Ekosiisen Suni. Ma Yanko Emra Yaba, we will deal with the very final round, which is our discussion segment. But we say, Obi, in fact, I'm just loving the Honorable Zaneto and her communication prowess. Very apt, and she should at least be part of the NDC team. That's the communications team. Please tell her, tell Lawyer Chum. Okay, Richmond, was Standard Chartered Bank, and on the way, Abba. Also, in fact, the way and manner she responded to the question of whether the current president is her friend. Oh, Obi. Okay. In Richmond, yeah, that's it. Papa. Okay. This one says that Obi, I love Zaneto and wish her well. Much as I would love the NPP to snatch her seat. Jomo Pokwase Festus and on the way about messages no edoso ba mama yen konkotie we emra ye ba me ho Atik Mohammed ewa ha ye sha se edi enkomo on our discussion segment yentie we emra. Stay with us.
A bank that supports you, a bank that cares for you, hand in hand we stand with you. So lift your head up, big dreams are waiting. We'll walk with you wherever you go. Where all your dreams are alive, CBG will make you smile. No matter we will rise with you. Your business will flourish. Your name will stand out. Consolidated Bank, CBG. We stand with you.
Have you tested for HIV? I have. I know many people shy away from taking an HIV test, mainly because they are afraid of the results. Certainly, knowing that you are HIV negative or positive is better than not knowing what your HIV status is. If your HIV test comes out positive, it means you should start treatment to keep you healthy. But if it is negative, then you can adapt practices to ensure that you remain negative. HIV testing is free and you can get a test done at a clinic, hospital, or any accredited health facility. And within the next 10 minutes, you will know your results. The provider will cancel you before and after the result is disclosed to you. You don't have to be afraid of someone else getting to know your HIV status. The healthcare provider is trained to be discreet. If you take the test, you find out that it is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is now you know what to do to protect your health and that of your loved ones. So go on and take the HIV test now and go along with your partner, a friend, or family member. That is the right thing to do.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Asempa Fun Fitness and Fun Festival. Keep Fit Club Bang and I say Go Bang and I Okaho. Homode say Obapa Asempa FM. Our Kukumlemle. No other picket of forms. No register a Kua. Oneno Epa Abesia Kaina. Open to the Mupia no afraid. 0540 10 64 67. Asempa Fun Fitness and Fun Festival. Ebeye Dide.
Yeah, Charlie, so many vibes na bonten father ma sanaba. Ma many papa and you na do for more fear no more acquaintum. Bibia anya so amani ska ko fear see fancy that near fear for be for Jawisi no parking. Ebe men Sujai Casa. Thanks to Sukasa, how to you nature. Sukasa see a damn brony front affordable luxury homes, or more 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, where you're fully gated or grants and communities, or more malls, clubhouse, and all social amenities, plus 24-hour security. Almost with flexible payments, and yeah, I know my dear at Dow Casa. Plus 100% guaranteed cashback. Yes, 100% guaranteed cashback. No quick finances stories. Contact Sukasa right now through phone calls or WhatsApp on 030-296-0865 and 055-369-7886. Charlie social media so more, baby. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube at Sukasa GH. Email Susie at info@sukasa.com.gh. Sukasa, building on trust.
Naija people with the yarn better to big.
For Italian League, Osimhen goals can't be like 5-6, bruh. The Ballon d'Or remain no.
Jaruma, only you 250K for phone call, 1 million for face-to-face meeting.
No one tells a story like we do. Stream live football, local and international shows on Showmax, Africa's original streaming service. Sign up at showmax.com.
Get ready to experience a night of divine worship and celebration like never before. It's the 60th edition of the Bernard Mankwa Celebration of His Grace concert. This year, it's all about my offering a heartfelt tribute of praise and thanksgiving to the Almighty. Join us as we gather at the National Theatre on Sunday, the 24th of September, 2023 at 6 p.m. Ministering on the night, Perez Music, Niso, Michael Kessie, Iona Renee, Jayana, the man Bernard Mankwa, and the Presence Band. Admission is absolutely free. Come, let's celebrate His grace together. For more information, call 0554 074 766. See you on Sunday, September 24th at the National Theatre at 6 p.m. Be there as we joyfully lift our voices and offerings to the heavens in unison. Sponsors InnoLink, FlexiClay, Reroy, New Professionals, Innovate, Controlite, Specialize. Media partners Adum TV, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Joy FM, Hits FM, Joy Prime.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise, our no TV, I this satellite, any ultra panels, a bomb
Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayoma, anyone muniga. Samsung at www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Papa the Fuadosunti. Franco, at the Momo Pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemo, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema, Franco Community 1 Waterworks Nedianimere. Cycle, opposite Odor Rise. Madina, 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa, Franco, opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And now for your number, 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still, phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Chris, download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy. Oh, yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just tight with the Apple. Come on, Ecobank Apple.
Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with Ecobank.
Abazi Jadie, Ujafo, and the car engine, a woo, ya a sewer dross or fitting shop one.
Bra, I don't need a camphor seahorse and you and mana, no or yeah, and any yes, yeah, bra, Mina Masamu, Acrobatu. Yakasa, says seahorse engine oil, and no special additive. I owe engine, a manager, the June horns, and I'm in a cover fee, and I'm fine.
The whole world, open quality engine oil, seahorse, and a washer, say private cars, taxis, commercial, and heavy duty trucks.
And you don't make camphor seahorse 15W40 and 20W50. I'm a drivers, and the count of winning.
afi motorbike aboboya na pragiafo no mumu de mu hia seahorse special 40 eno na riders and mechanics was a use you.
Unia no kwe woman say seahorse product and a papa and a bonsu a waffle. Semi from fear a free nacro. Seahorse engine oil and kwan a begumika engine mo.
And yet for seahorse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007. Seahorse products.
And noir.
Big Four free game pack games no Eddie. Where ya akradia ne tuni ni die nyadin kra. The number ahodwa and 930 kosi 9 impressa de biara na beka yen kunum difuane ho. Wo betu mi atuwo abefun kratwabia www.gamepackgames.com ana ubebo star 946 hash. Wo phone so na wo dia man akradia adwumeko enel apene game pack games akradia yiso. Woni fie dum watia continent to akradia yi fanyansa to akradia. Big Four from Game Pack Games. More mula, more power.
Color party, color party. Ya chichiri ni kufuwa Sunday bro. Nefi, aya busieni je color party. Hey, Lotome from Family Color Party 2023. Na seni afibia ya no. Saduma from present Open Asempa Calabra mi interest bededi. Neno ni esi afia ya busienta mfa. Enti woni kwala no ni obi amra mi ni di mo. Yes sir. Yenji ni seni achede bebre kofi. Say green, white, orange, black, red, pink and blue. Won shamra mi shewo Lego Botanical Gardens. Atomic Dancing. Remember 30th September 2023. Saduma from Family Color Party 2023. Rate me at 20 Ghana for a family of 5. Abusia for ma kuma kwenu. Multi 20 Ghana pen. Yeah, baby, I said, yeah, 30th coffee. Catch it on the 30th September. And no button. Question you 6 will go Botanical Gardens. Hashtag Adum Family Color Party. Jumadi, Adum from Nadebro. Supported by Adum TV. Asempa from AdumOnline.com. Macquarie Slit Seed. Self-Employment and Roman Drive. I am dashing for the personal. Ghana AIDS Commission. Condomless sex is risky. If it's not on, then it's definitely not in. DPS Industries Limited. We truly are your roof experts. Franco Trading Enterprise. From Papa Papi. And your color party, color party. And your pussy DJ color party. Oh, look.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model, securing your safety, creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Artificial intelligence, creativity and sustainability. Join this year's Africa Rising 6, brought to you by the International Advertising Association IAA at the Kempinski Hotel, Gold Coast City, as we uncover the power of building future-ready brands on 5th and 6th September. Speakers Sasan Saidi, World Chairman and President, International Advertising Association, Andrew Techiapia, Co-Founder and MD, ZPay, Letepu Machaba, Independent Business Leader, former Vice President of Home Care, Unilever, Ivan Moroki, CEO, Kanta South Africa, Guy Parker, Chief Executive, Advertising Standards Authority, United Kingdom, Steve Papaiko, CEO, Extreme Ideas, Sami Awuku, Director General, National Lottery Authority, and many more. This conference is sponsored by Margins Group, ZPay, Google, MTN, GOIL, and NLA, Media Partners, CNN, Media General, the Multimedia Group, Graphic Communication Group, City TV, and City 97.3 FM. Register now at www.africarising.iaaglobal.org for more information, or contact Nanajwa on 0242 528 431 or the AAG Secretariat 0244 440477.
When we send your police in here, grow, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadane.
Refuse to grow, and then offense Wabek.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yamusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a man for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Dodua dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and now Mumpa, Omuan Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and Num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Mama who are deep in tea. Ya Womuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and Wokashi, and you may move Bia Yato in row at 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jadi and Crack to Imagia to Musay.
Hey, my buddy, you day chile a deal. Man, tire yourself. Hey, my prof, I tired and waiting I go do. My prof, condom thing you talk. I know they still talk. Oh. What about condoms do you want to know? You see, my sweet Ajua, they can visit me today. I be last time you talk me say make I use condom. I want to know more. But prof, this condom thing, how easily available are they and the cost too? How?
Condoms are available in varieties at little cost. Some as low as 3 pieces for 10 Ghana pesos per. You will find some at most supermarkets, pharmacies, chemical stores, grocery shops, and health centers. Some condoms come in different colors and flavors. There are male and female condoms. We get some for you, where we get some for Ajua too. But you cannot use both at the same time. Ajua should not use a female condom when you are wearing a male condom. And you should not use a male condom when Ajua is wearing a female condom.
Oh, na so ide.
Yeah, and besides, I also told you to always buy condoms before you need them. So you can read the instructions on how to wear it and also check the expiration date, because expired condoms reduce its effectiveness and are not safe for use.
Oh, you mean say now I have the condom in hand, I should again check for expiry dates, not to talk of the wahala for face in my head about waiting I won't pay for the counter?
Yes, my buddy. It is very important to check for the expiration date on each condom you buy and know how to wear condoms correctly and consistently to ensure that you are safe not only from the risk of unplanned pregnancies but also HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Let's protect ourselves and loved ones because HIV still there around.
Condomless sex is risky sex. Be smart. Get a condom. If it's not on, it's definitely not in.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Ecobank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. Ecobank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. In my come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even just starts with the Apple. Can't come a clue, Ecobank Apple. Can't come a clue.
Life is easy with the Ecobank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the Ecobank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with Ecobank.
Hello? Hello? Can anyone
hear me? I'm in Biggie's world, where it seems like multiple stars are aligned for the ultimate showdown. I have to go. I have to go. Biggie's calling.
It's the return of your faves in the first ever Big Brother Naija All-Stars. Get ready for Edge of Your Seats drama starting Sunday the 23rd of July at 7 p.m. on Africa Magic Channels. Get and stay connected.
Big Brother Naija All-Stars. Headline sponsor, Money Point. Powering your dreams.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So Ekosiisen Jumedie and Wasugusu Awutie no. This is the time we've been waiting for, the discussion segment. Make us a lawyer Chumberema Atnase. He's a member of the NDC National Communications team. Atik Mohammed Atnase. Atik here, social commentator and convener. Atik group near then. Mass Action Group.
Very soon will be. It's been converted to a full-fledged civil society organization. Now, it is Mass Action for Sustainable Development in Africa.
Oh, okay.
Very soon it's going to take on a different shape.
Like
form.
a think tank.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, Charlie.
With economics and other things at the center.
I think we're too much.
Oh,
we're too much.
No,
I think Mohammed and I'm Honorable Benjamin Aye. Honorable Benjamin Aye, former member of parliament for the people of Upper Dintra West, capital Diaso. On Swababe Cancer studio and a key member of the Alan Kwejo Martin campaign team and Munshan and so MIA. Let me do this quickly. Now afi Yemramidin Komo Obi. A happy birthday to Judith Denchi of the Ghana Hairdressers and Beauticians Association in Dakoman Zone. I wish you all the best in life. It's from your zonal president Bella in the Judith Denchi of the Ghana Hairdressers and Beauticians Association, Dakoman Zone. Happy birthday to you and do have a really wonderful birthday. We say Obi, okay, does Atik need volunteers to work in the think tank?
Absolutely, we do.
Okay.
Like I said, very soon we'll do the inaugural lecture.
Very well.
It will be addressed by one professor.
And I'll get you a few volunteers.
That would be awesome. That would be really awesome.
But also Bill.
So Debbie. It's not a requirement.
Any requirement.
Debbie at all.
Obi, good evening. A glorious birthday to my good friend Reina. You've been a blessing to me. God bless you and do have a good one. Cheers. Ifia Adepa and Reina. Happy birthday to you. Okay. Thank you. Let's get back to the real action. MJ Grand Hotel, a 3-star hotel with a touch of modern standard facilities located in the heart of East Legon. Udru East Legon, you street be a friend Abochiman Street, a 5-minute drive from the Kotoka International Airport. Say Oko MJ Grand Hotel, amo amako dan munim. Your pool bar area fit well for an out of office business meeting. Be out say oko relax, oko enjoy your leisure hours. MJ Grand Hotel near come for the amount or more special Sunday buffet be ja. Mouth-watering meals from continental to local dishes at affordable rate. Now, oya akola below 6 years are free. Into akola bi below 6 years, okwa ultimately D free. Inti below 6 years a free. And kids between 7 years and 12 years no utria 50% of the rate. Inti it's amazing. Sunday buffet no variety no eseweni and so catcher a dorso papa and your bachelorette packaging so which includes finger foods platter for 10, drinks, water, and a classic table setup. Say a birthday buffet now maybe maximum 20 or more people, private room, table setup, water and soft drink. Be providing in a day amamo. Now we crown your weekend and so with our Friday live band and barbecue night on every first and last Friday of every month. Freya in your reservation CCR 0540 121 836 0540 121 836. We MJ Grand Hotel and Wasem and a can MJ Grand Hotel no so God first or more East Legon the Juma mo bono esewani and saw catch na game park say yenya announcement we emfa entwem emamo na ye catch them say amanfo win by playing this very easy game nokre and a can Steven and the ticket reference number ne 1LOR dash 4FJU dash GC54. We've been trying to reach you because our number no last 4 numbers near 4141. You gusua ye try see a bit reach you. Stephen, our last name here we hold it for some reasons. We're winning a straight 108,000 Ghana cedis.
Oh, and a moon.
In our 9 a.m. draw, draw number 2233, Ucha just 20 Ghana cedis on Friday, 25th August 2023. Now, phone has since been turned off. Udi 20 Ghana, and they were winning 108,000 in Kane 1.8 billion with just 20 Ghana. And you catch them say game park games, the man for winning really good na yenim the yeka. Remember, Momo wallets no are limited and wins over 100,000 are paid via bank transfer or check. And we will need you. Say obeba na yetimi e will check no asha wonsa 108,000. Me pa cho se wutie me and I say wunim obi a wunim say we're checking back games and say, Pepacho, contact Frank Owes and Ali Yama lead Kakra. Nidin on the first name is Steven. The number, so the last 4 numbers near 4141. And they are born a ticket reference number no? In the at least. Move leads ne Kakra. Namon contact Frank Owusu or a Director Sales and Operations Game Park Limited. The number is 055 59 30 300. It is 0555. Now the 930300 account. This game is regulated by NLA for persons not below 18 years. Play responsibly. In the game park games, among food di brutal. Imagine we the 20 cities. We need 1.8 billion. Yeah. Me pacho said or cash reserves or investment na open security of your investment me pacho CBG a create special account be amount just for security of your investment. Your free account no CBG custody account. It's actually your best bet with a minimum of 10,000 Ghana cedis in cash or in investment. Individuals, pension funds, mutual funds, companies with reserve funds, NGOs, international funds, and investment firms can open a custody account with CBG. Now, open account webinar, you amount the best experience, state-of-the-art technology and digital offerings, robust control and secured systems, swift settlement and transactions, processing protocols. Yeah, we know no transactions cost. And unbeatable custody fees. Yes, I'm our excellent customer service. Inti Bora CBG branches, 114 branches ewa Ghana ha. Na ko biye custody account ene. Na we investment awaye o cash reserves ewa hono ye money nyina ho ban emfama o kama na bibia intimi enkoye. For further inquiries, contact us on 0302 216 And your email is here, talk to us, one word, talk to us at cbg.com.gh, or follow us on any of our social media handles. T's and C's apply. CBG. Also, we stand with you. Na memma abidwafo no akwaba na ansana no unim say National Lottery Authority nso say NA omudi omu new draw machines aba. NLA ma multiple chances to win big every day. 11th September 2023 NLA introducing an additional draw to our morning and evening draws. Get ready for an afternoon draw. Now, afternoon draw, your friend noon rush. The noon rush draw will be held from Monday to Saturday, 1 p.m. every week. It is a triple excitement and triple the win with our VAG Lotto draws at 10 a.m., noon rush draws at 1 p.m., and our evening draws at 7:15 p.m. Kaisa NLA. Yeah, send the WhatsApp any will be a WhatsApp messages among for send on away in the way and we juma NL Nina and Tronkwa and Tro or Alaji Sani be say Deuteronomy and Tronkwa and among for AD. In the NLA and send the WhatsApp ni Facebook messages to register to a group or pay a fee in exchange for winning lotto numbers this anime and Tronkwa. It's purely a game of chance, so don't be scammed. Report fraudsters on NLA's customer service helplines 0266 087 966. National Lottery Authority, development through games. Honorable Benjamin Aye, Akwabana, up home to saying
Yami Adum. So here.
Adum, at me, I chepa. Mrs. Bibi Akwe.
Oh, kakra. Yami da hotiasi there.
Yeah. This is what's honorable Alan Chematin Bekasa.
Yeah, I'm correct.
Or step it down.
Our day.
From the race on November 4th.
Or the what Bibisa?
Bibisa na mati antina mi.
I'm the menti Bibiasa.
Unti Bibiasa.
There we.
Into Ujinem. As it stands now, the
Ujinem. As I'm ready to share the Ujinem.
Ujinem den.
Say Bibisi the original Casani in I bet.
That's why we're insider.
Yeah, I'm because original Casa. The way forward be in I bet.
Sir.
But so far so good.
So good.
Because he himself November 4th no. I think it's 2 months per pound. Send her 4th.
Yeah, 4th. Yeah, exactly 2 months from today.
But this time, near Bonnie Shirin, I'm gonna have a beer.
I said, any and 12 anyway.
Oh, about
5:30. Okay, near 12. Hey,
near we be near Bonnie Shirin or mine.
November 4th. Mood in Mocampo, no.
What's it?
Mocampo, mood, I'm woman.
And your camp, no, baby, the dancer said. In your Alancha Martin the winning election.
After the see and Anui.
Then you see it.
I don't know what one kind of results maybe.
Dear he. Special delegation.
Special delegation.
Nice Indian dog.
No, there's a hurry.
Hey.
You see, she actually, yeah, all this one in Nano, yet himself November 4th and the Ekotwaba.
Oh, okay.
But party number, engineer say, young consulate in Nipa 5. Now, so you've been so aware the politics a cheer. They see and Ray. And to say, we are MPP ni. Now, Electoral Commission, yeah, general elections. Near Bucket North resource, now I am Shisho. So, yeah, rare practitioner, there. Now, MPP near resource we get to North Ba. Now, end this when a massive vote from there.
And what's our show?
And you can't say show. So, now, NDC, no so. Near finds a Menshia and as a Bantama resource, didn't come back.
And Aquabri East.
Yes. What's the Nicolas already? I am sure. I am sure that is a grown out crown who will be grown. So, we be on a stronghold. Into what you do, yes, MPP, you have a call to North. You didn't say be a 0, but you be now votes can create in your Kosoy and your muscle. Sana and this is say, young Coquab, was it ever? Cabri East and Asempa. You to me, we need sitting, but you got votes can create in your fans. That's how we play this game. It is a now stronghold, no. Now best from there. Then to say man to your flower. Now you want Casawasam. I think that nobody cares about that.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. We do not care because we know our constituencies.
We
need be a strength and one be a weakness. So we were not expecting more than what we got. On the average, you be about 10%. And I'm pampan so you around that figure. Yes, exactly.
And that
figure, my assurance, yes, then it means that your research need BBI and we know what we are doing.
It's by no means a reflection of what is on the ground.
No. Being a market we say K2 North results now, but now young people now am say K2 North and this year 80% in all this election. No. And I saw you in this in a mention na say Bantama now Kwabre is a banana MPP and 80% of home and I am cautious. There be a say, yes, I say, won't give nothing. It would was so be fair to yourself, sir. Special delegates are by your country. Why no organ ha no expertise, say miracle base. And now why no organ how a serious practitioner know him say Dr. Bawumia Bewini who for a landslide.
Now, Omo him say Dr. Bawumia Bewini also thought say the land be the second.
Oh, yeah, they're not just second, third, because there was nothing like that.
Okay.
And just qualification.
Okay.
So I call Olympic Games are. And I work a crowd. Who's a Uko heater? Yes. Effort on the shame in the heat. No. Yes, they just want to qualify. When you say you qualify, they are putting a Caribbean, you qualify. Ni do fan as when I say or also third and also fourth and now yes in could you down who fan as or now be extra America nya holding be beba. It is all about strategy. Strategy being how they call or plans in the saying is it working to your plans and from being research reviews near that apart from
according to plan
apart from basa kakrebi see I say na you condemn and say emphata MPP say we are one of those committee basa no and I say una o ko share chire ma basa ni si na that biana you must bow your head down in shame. That is not MPP. You move in party inside and need him say tia and as na party to say right from the word go no can join. So because you stay back and you two parties ni na ne obia ukomu a usu ne oban house odi rem. Yes, ye kwanim reforms bi ebeba there. Nanso uka say first the cry say MPP for them moyam ho akra chesam kotu ni sa anyoma no. It tells you of the level of standards bia na man for an attack bia man for their mind almost expect something be from us.
Yeah.
And na ye wo NDC for so and the president Mahama kra betumi akacho so mo there. Ye wom fi revolution mu nti ba basa dia etutrasem ni akaka bensem dia obia ntumi enye dey en challenge you. I'm not sure say that should be a year I say yes started.
Yes, me batting was on bro.
Kakra na wo.
Yen check akra wo chia no ba bia afedo on namo.
Kakra
with the Tennessee phone now.
Kitu ya na ho. Nche we koto we koto Let me cheer we no obi some question am.
That question be end this video.
One me wuram gran ka ba wi o. It is the bottom line of all I'm saying is about violence to trust them nakaka bin say dia we MPP nia. You should not be proud. See I mention Udia. It comes from say now cause of this here or there. You should not be proud of that.
Yeah.
Into your best
very well.
Say especially coming November 4th no. Enikwa say yet some answer emphata MPP ICC last September last week or last week.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah, expect to say EBBO.
Mate, enti nyame ya domo chena etiefu amuche ye nyina ye betwen nsem a honorable land de betudwa no would bring Osei
Would not resign.
Oh, or resigning from them.
So we the questions.
I said,
step down was when you know that
I'm not talking ready for now the Fridays.
Was it so bizarre question? And I was moon as a man about Mokrum.
Or step be for strategic reasons.
Idea strategic.
It's not on the table. Did you pass on me?
Mama, you never had one.
I think I quite better saying.
Minchubia, Namicha, Gamaga for.
Yeah, how much also?
Any program, Michubia.
That's it. Walk away.
Yamia Maduma, Mudumia. Na you're going to say, I'm me, but me tea interview. And I chatted, and when I just name who you're not as a Yachawa Bejisu.
Oh, the interview with doctors on it.
Yeah. You know, at some point now, the possibilities which you are considering to be running me to John. I mean, I think she's got prospects, but Minjin this time is her time. Was the politics, no? What
timing is important.
Very, very key. And it comes to you naturally. And media, this ni mum.
I say naturally.
Naturally.
Like naturally. So we can say Mimi can say. No, you see, well, so we can say not just it comes to you naturally. My name is Mumudi, it comes to him naturally, dear. Times and seasons.
Yes.
Time no swan. So crowd, no. Na na di tatao. Well, I don't think it fits into the Hedru narrative and I'm better for no, I'm just saying. Until I had the and I'm happy with the response she gives. Or no, any need I say, you know, yet to me, your body na your body account. Nemum or with Jumaye, and that's what she's going to focus on. Media, Miendisini. Nemum, your mechanism say, O man Peninda John Draman, Mahama percentage money, Remana. There is one name I think you shouldn't even hesitate to think about as a possible running mate. And really? Media, I say this as an outsider.
2020 running mate, Nana.
Debbie. Hey, say my one more number, Debbie.
Oh, one more number.
One more number. We see Masa Ejuma Sabi, Yenyi Zabaya Chakakra. Tell me, what was the addition of the running mate in the 2020 elections to his ticket?
Oh, Nasa wants
a simple question.
Now Central Region, so we need seat to be a camera.
One Asempa, okay. Almost 3 seats, he baby, I was a movie, he become. Send on Munya.
Central Region.
How many seats did they win? How many seats did they win? And you think they won because of Mami Jane?
No.
Oh. And this is any idea near a queen say, your 4 free region bina MPs no more Muhammad Yazia. What did she do? And I mean, look, politics is a game of strategy.
Yes.
And every decision that a leader takes, a sendipani deliberate about that decision. What I say?
Yes.
And for me, it should not just be say, my mini free ha or free hunting. I say you should look at Drew about to an ankasano. They don't look at, even though regions sometimes play a part, but for the most part, no, a nipana or two franca. No?
Yes.
Any nipana
odinechino.
Exactly. And ye baby omu free. But Juma omu ye any subaya omudani die and all of that. And nuna among for sure editor about. And like I'm saying, as an outsider, Mr. Opese Nejumani Yemremana. There's a certain name. It is not very widely mentioned, but I think a Dia is or man Adrian Kong.
You want to mention the name?
Oh, yes. Even though I do not have his permission,
okay.
But media as an outsider, meeting maker. And I say this as an objective analyst from the outside.
Okay.
Ora Julius Debra, AOB,
former chief of staff.
I am telling you, he'll do a great deal to the ticket. Trust me.
From Eastern region.
From Enye baby of Frimpo.
No, but it will play.
It certainly will. Yeah. What is here? But beyond that, so you look at the person, the persona of Nipana or Bekano.
Okay.
And the Bebwa, why? You think Anke regions Anka Sebi Mr. Mika Ora Akuva do Beko Kofabomia. Because Northeast. You know one here. What is here? But Oshe Nipadriano. What he brings to the table, what he brings to the ticket, and or share, then he went beyond everybody else to settle on him. What is it? And that's what I think, man, Peninda John Ramani Mahama. So, per se, Nejumani Yemremano. Now, 2024, he can go into it with some confidence. These are some of the considerations. Nipana. Look, about loyalty, there's no way Papana Julius loyalty is beyond debate.
Yeah.
How does he relate to others? Party for him the same. Related to these are all considerations because ansana are grown obetimi pia bonte amana ye no esa fear for cry it because asa we dey asama ye ni age na fear for ntimi nsa asa no mane ye a officer odi kwa bonte when na be sa aboa
Mamino was not that known in the party like that party for any related like they would do to Julius Debra.
Absolutely. And on the national stage so you have to have some general appeal
across the board.
Across the board. And that is what I think. Me in this, but he's somebody, he's very, very affable. And Oshawa, the mere fact says, Sebi, we are politics, ninti. Oshawa, he relates to you in a way you would realize that Papa or the need obuo amame.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of person you want to be running with a flag bearer. Because Esana, he can Sebi, say campaign umbuano cry and campaign in Tiano. That's what you need.
Which is critical.
Very important. There are because of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, they says, look, and papa in Tiankebe company tia akufado, but onunti, young cabin momo by young cabin tiamo. And you need that. Imagine Zankombe kabi etiamo. How do you think it was like it would have ended up? And you need Nkrofosa who appeal across board and who appeal to all manner of persons in the space and even beyond the political space. Until Amika said, so person remana. That is the direction he should be looking at. And Minyesho say he's one of the people who is loud about wanting to be vice president and a running mate. But I am saying this as an outsider. He may not even be interested. But sometimes candidates should not go for Nkrofua who are loud and all over the place wanting to run with you. Nkrofua na oman interest are the ones you should be going for. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was sitting in somewhere. I'm not sure he ever dreamt for a minute, say, that should be vice president. But because considerations, calculations, permutations, computations in a way, and omojitum say no, yet way by that is what the former president should do. So the person doesn't need to necessarily show interest in the bid. But someone who said go for him, convince him. So on Pempo convince him. Because I am sure or no John Dramani Mahama he was not interested in becoming a running mate.
Yeah.
What has he? He had other ambitions and no person pursue beyond politics simple. But Kasache Ubebua Adine Ebe Yama Sa energy too and truly too it came to pass. And he should also look at Onwan Kasa Kwaya of us be a running mate. And look to the others, especially Ora Julius Debra making. And reach out to him, and Penyifoso should reach out to him, even if he's not interested.
J and J, John and Julius.
JD and JM, that would be interesting. Yeah. JM and JD. Yeah. Hey, that would be
JD.
Okay,
Julius Debra Mahama.
Yeah. So either way you twist it, it's even going to sound interesting. Me, these are just personal. Thoughts of an outsider. It's for them to do the final determination. But Mimi is a win a baby.
Mate, lawyer Chumberima, Aqua better saying.
That was Osei once. Obi, I read that now, swear.
Adom, baby Aboko.
Yes, Winty.
I think I'm enough to chew on, Meboa.
Well, I would say he has done what Napoleon could not do. My voice, no.
Yeah,
over the weekend, I mean,
what an issue is your voice now.
You forced to speak.
Yes.
I think the other kind of as the lawyers would normally say, nothing more useful to add.
My lord.
No. Nothing more useful to add. I think that there's all kind of work. But said that decision to make that pronouncement.
Yeah.
Any party for some.
Yeah.
Any national executive in some. Lemon the all corner sana in the chin summoner. The American he decides and then put that view or his opinion before the required team. And then they will then judge with him as well and then finalize it. But I believe very well, sir, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wouldn't make a mistake. And I also believe, sir, he anticipates not just what is before us in 2024, but also beyond 2024.
The party's future beyond
exactly.
2024.
In this part in the future, let me take it back to President Kufuor's days. Rather, the future of the political party MPP. The kind of things that they should be looking out for from the masses of, those numbers at that time, 21, 19, 1. Likewise, I'm very certain, sir, he too will be looking beyond 2024. And that's a minuwa. Sabi, Vanessa Jabiwa Jabitias, but a job by the big Tias amount of it's very important to consider. And I believe very well, Sabrenoswa, he will make the right decision. And any decision that you make, the end is a and Messiah. I mean, me transibun kombokumachia. If he decides to change the running mate, it's no news.
Okay.
And you news to the NDC.
Okay.
Not just me.
Okay.
Because why wouldn't you NDC near your track record? Biano. I can't put no assistant vice president going changing tendencies. Is that what I say? I can't. No assistant vice president. Rawlings I'm going to elections. Or his sign and a Mills by. And as he was trying to say, and as he said, no. President Mills, for instance, one person which I can say, no, to ground, no crowd to say, one more in an academic civil service and so far as the public service, maybe what's in baby. But Bribiano, Yankopon say, Nippon see a baby. But if you know, go to the Beijing, say Finyamia, and found baby our show. But one at all. As he said, it's possible it can be a piano rampo bone, you me dem papa no prekope me na so no kutra kan me de my din so me can be brabel say bia me de me
who interest
but it can be say bia na on be say okay bia na man trim and as he said one year the permission in the kind one dey na dwen watch but say man trim mpa me nyin say na ususu say na person Asempa FM I'm told say na we ECG is it true?
Yeah,
thank you. And the guy is the second house and I got the power and the Gazambado over there. So that's it. But to the beer. At the beer and Casatrebini and Nicas a sea between many persons again.
Yes.
And we are seeing nipper beer 1 hour and very full. Will be only very full, nothing no problem. You will be about your boy and no was able to walk as and found baby a temper I could do. Was son. Inti ejidi say sempo semba ne tirim bia na se papa no dwene kwa that direction na se mpanim bi ne kasa bia na ba ne tirim but ni nyina mu no bible say bia onemre samre na eden ebeso say de yakokoyi event say candidate say na zabra no mu na yakwa if some candidates na ya was like candidate around December last year but me that time put near national congress to go elect national executives but yeah one say dey say na yakwa yeri sa tell dey running mate am so man so be yeri na the baby say to etu for that question prekope but obi dey news ho no me and run and na me hwa na be ade ba come hu say say e koso pa o man mu ya ho kire obi yeah
even na we
there is too much hardship and hardship is not as a home but that was atik didn't make an answer ka ade aka expect say ka kodo be na ka gina but as a compound every now and then da bia no ebi be ka ho
kire no
obi wonu se be na nan na nsam wanie no kan ya bo ebra aso ge pagam so what it means in say bakatue se bia be ka ho se bi meka ho wo expenditure is going to increase whether you like it or not. Wakati ya wajine September was me. See a 2 pay mu, see an 2 pay mu. Where expenditure is automatically increasing, whether you are ready for it or you are not ready for it. Kosoro.
Just want to have a
but on the end of the Biana, me translate the Biana, me say, "Yem puya complainia." Then what of those who are below us? Obi, Petre boya, you didn't as we are still using our 4x4s. Your package when you. But there are those who can't stand it. I'm telling you, those. I don't think this is what the ordinary Ghanaian bargained for. No. And the young in the America September, the see a twin among what they can name a boomos, I can say, ya twins so and so boomos, whatever. Petro is just doing this. December, yeah, for Robasaba. Because they every 3 months. See a person per December. Before see Betty Brunia, you better one and to move from. And you and I know very well, so when you get to that month of December, Obia budget at the pool, become body quadruple.
But so bit to me at depending on the factors.
Osei, jai.
Oh,
jai.
That's a pure factors.
Jai.
And you say adjustment, it can come down or go up.
No one can be put in assault.
Osei,
me say, one can be put in a
petrol boss on
electricity. I am patriotism, your cause and ever and yet, uncle, with your mina and in Swinning Canyon.
Nasen Canyon matters in the last 5 years or matters.
Yeah, I can this year 2020 as I was 5 years ago. Obi 2023 I would have much be for the month for soon do.
Okay.
And yet last 4 years was the last 5 years as some year come. Obi. So what is the last 5 years as you are saying? Now what in the last 4 years now you incrementing you've done nothing. You've done nothing. But you see, you because the masses can get access to this platform.
Okay.
So the relevance of radio is to educate and also inform. But we need to speak on their behalf. It's becoming too much. We used to squeeze and brief. But there are those who can't survive it. And it's becoming too much. The government doesn't seem to be doing anything about it. Only to hear our president telling us, we say, baby, I drink there. We hear new that to come and fix your problems. Can you imagine?
Sano Kaya.
What in the same?
No, me, Brussels. Sana, what says
Sano Kano, no Gan, Obi. Sano Kano. Meanwhile, I'm not you. I'm who about 10 minutes to foot time. Who's only in Mr. Football, and Kanya Biano. Yet 22 minutes riding. That's about 2 goals.
I said 2 goals.
I'm not too good in football yet, but at least when say we bet me a passing ball within
any team behind it.
Any team behind it, but team behind it.
He's a Liverpool for
what team behind it. So at least there is an example.
Okay.
And the Kanye Biano, they can bomb say, oh, a minute here, why Kaya may be very dear. May you met me be as a Huchana man for facing. At least we would be on Hamasan, Kwasana, Majama in Buffalo. Now, Becca say. Maybe I told you, and say, why the wabre into the other baby, new Daneba, no better. And obviously, the new leader can never beat your Ususam Ranada, and you would tell him. I'm telling him,
infinite party,
ain't me must so sad because the people that you anticipate, I mean the president, because you, I don't mean you as a president, I mean the president anticipates, are people that wouldn't want to come at you. They are passengers and co-drivers in your vehicle, i.e. your government. And to want to mean if there is any skill, any miracle, that miracle or skill should be used today to fix this challenge. Okay. Don't promise me tomorrow when I'm here dying today. So it can't be, I mean, that first option, he can never be an option. Because on the way a co-driver, and also because we mate in the vehicle. And many Fred in a car when accident, I could talk anymore. And your driver animates at the car and he can be a different driver and a different vehicle altogether. And a baby you and a baby you won't pay. So if
to me too many
was it?
Driver pride meets to me too can money. Unless that made this way pride. Some pride.
Oh, no, mate, when the comb grab. Met you go epileptic. What does it? So automatically the kind of option was a kind of saying as a
president prescribed
off. It is says I'm not junior. And he wasn't really specific. But Sanana again and said you all can echo and the party I'm telling you it's a lie.
I will say outsider ever.
It can never be because why not ever from that 5? Why? Maybe I don't want to say on constant and cover a bind who directly be a man pony or example. Adenimo, which one day when you're supposed to be in the government. Anna, your friend saying, candidates answer and you're supposed to be in the government, even more or less. Where the board chairman. Okay, that's on posting here. And when you're board chairman, we're a passenger in the vehicle. Alan was a passenger in the vehicle because he was once a minister and member of the economic management team.
Hey, Honorable Benaya,
oh, we're a passenger in the vehicle. One be on account, Ken, right? Ken is some bonding, and I want you know. I didn't want to bonding.
Oh, Atopa, Honorable Atopa.
Oh, one knows to crack one year. Why,
Atopa, top score.
And you know, slogan.
Which is the slogan.
Akoto tops all.
What does it? One no grade Obi.
Whoever says that.
Over here, send the time and as if planting for food and jobs is ever.
Yes.
Haven't done this policy and now they bomb some money.
Obi na papa enchi.
And no now
ana ya na submission na no ye no.
Ya just me ko.
David. Yeah, na for no see.
Obi.
It you money na wa ban nim. It was a Ghana for share outside the MPP.
I mean, that is the only platform that we have today.
Okay. Meaning say Babisi Mahama. John Dramani.
It can't be any other option.
But how about Omo because Mahama so ba muda?
Yeah, but his credentials and competence far exceed these people.
Very well. So I think your point is well made.
Very well.
Made us say papa. Atik seems to have a problem with the Atopa acronym.
No, you see. The country is in crisis already.
Yes.
You want a redeemer.
Yes.
And the redeemer is coming with these profane slogans.
Oh, how is it profane?
Akoto.
No, Jaya Akoto, Atopa na mika, minya Akoto. Misi Atopa. And to avoid, they couldn't have come up with something else. We are in moral crisis, economic crisis, financial crisis. Okay, and your redemption is Atopa. Acronym here.
Initials as a name.
That is it. So Atopa na mika. Minka, I'm talking about Atopa.
Into the different way. Into the one is saying.
Atupana na mubo no yes sir. You are in moral crisis. Me twi me pa cho.
So
Atupa dey.
Water na almost 7 years had.
Yes. The way everything.
Bobo.
Agbajaya Atupa.
Omo e den na omo wis no den na.
Oh no, you are not explaining.
No, no.
I'm asking what is the meaning of Atupa? Oh, see Asabi example. No, you see when I ask you define Atupa. You see an example is
define
it first before you give an example.
It will be how the example will be a humanity.
No, one church I didn't know my example. Okay. Me kwa bajana who can grab chance here.
They go.
Hope you Atupa as it is.
Oh,
and you know Atupa.
Atupa in tree. And so like waste, like ubu waste in a certain direction.
Exercising your waste.
In which way? Into what you want to exercise with?
Okay, do you have a problem with that acronym?
No, I'm just saying, sir, we are in a crisis, okay. And the crisis is manifold.
You are overstretching your imagination.
No, I'm not. Atupa.
Who's a musician? Be or say, Abiba, wa don't go to a yami feel.
Yes.
And we be because or say, yeah. Also, Accra, as far as on him there, Accra, be himself don't go and see so.
Yes, see so.
It's Accra, what you are saying, you see so. That's why when you did that.
Atupa, Atupa, the meaning about
evidence.
You can't Atupa. Atupa. And I'm saying, sir, we are in moral crisis, economic crisis, and your only redemption is through a program called Atupa.
You are fixing moral issues.
Using Atupa. Economic issues, you are fixing and using Atupa. But anyway, Onu Krami say he became a part of the top 5. Me, I'm not me. I never expected him to be part of the top 5. And Yamingo Krasa, his slogan is Atupa. Seriously, I am not surprised. But anyway, me feel say at the end of the day, whoever emerges the winner on say we are TS man, whoever emerges on the 4th of November would have to do a lot of negotiations, a lot of reconciliation works. As I say, first round of if I were in a position to advise, I would have said, look, once prekupe. But of course, they have history and some experience to guide them. Say, entity numbers no so. Senebeya will not have unruly numbers now we had in 2007. It became like it became like a joke. Say, as a be an MPP feels so bit my president. But at the end of the day, 5 now and no cry and some also. It feels it wasn't a comfortable constituency. Ocean Crofton as in the number no. Your numbers are in the constituencies. you know, and people come up with all kinds of justifications. What you say? Until at the end of the day, those who are left out, you know, feel say, oh, Anka, if we had the chance to, Anka, yene obia delegates ni na ena edisa nkomoya ebia Anka numbers enya and Anka enya sa numbers, no. What you say? Now, if you also feel say some had some advantages, some did not, and so on. But at the end of the day, Oko, I can see now, Sabi, where we are. There would always be reasons why there would always be reasons why officer Odin Kugo. Now, media, I'm saying say on the 4th of November, if I look at the trend, it is obvious there's going to be one winner. Ebimu might discount the effect of the first round, no? But there is something called Saban effect. Ebimu etaka wasem. It works a lot. Say some voters they are not too decided, but because of the effect of Nisi and so we krana edi enimu dada nti yakotumo bi fufro kra wanhwe ya na yakosa vote no nti entuma onyakono nti that bandwagon effect is going to work. You can't discount it. I am not also saying that Ebimu would not up their numbers because ABR, the larger pool of delegates, you know, they appeal more to Omu than the first electoral college, you know. But I'm saying that NSC in the superdelegates conference, you know, is going to work in favor of New Omudi Kain Enya votes, you know. There's no debate about it.
There is.
You see, microphone eboa baby. Say, omu baby. Omu baby. Fetch me. Almost is Sebi is a bit profane, but almost is Sebi. Mema yes, that the beginning of a man's genitalia determines how it grows to become, or what it grows to become. And Sebi. From the beginning. And this is just it's just a slight indication. And that's somewhat scientific. It's scientific because there is a basis to make such claim. No? Say ABC in November, no. It might not be substantially different. Ebemi ngwa P, maminka azemwe. Ebemi ngwa P say baumia Bedin Kugu, and Abeba 2nd
in November 4th.
And now Obeba 3rd in November. I mean on the 4th of November. Ebemi ngwa P. What is here?
You can get a 50% plus one.
That's the end of me. So when you have 50% plus one, no crana, but Parse Obedi 2nd and a 3rd. Ebemi ngwa. He might still top, even though so when you have 50% plus one, but he will still lead. And that is consistent with the initial votes now. Onyayano. But like I said, when you know attempts to get a flag bearer, which should tell you say a jumana whoever emerges no no and the dorsal and processes are just ways to get somebody to lead them. What if mukonya sa nipana na at the end of the day or be leader now there are factions, there are concerns, people are embittered, people now almost say okay yan kasantia now so campaign mboa whoever emerges. Secondly, if people are too bitter and they feel say party ni omo end ni ye nti ombe ye nwema bia to vent their frustration one hwe ya ebetimi aha nipa na wa emerge as flag bearer no. And the other ones who say supporters no say near me from what I've seen from superdelegates conference the shading, the deriding, very derisive comments. Like now, man, for year, you know, those on in other camps, no, you're more roughness and sometimes, look, politics is a game of emotions. Say, obiko abatuana ankuyi amana. You should be magnanimous in your victory, because as all can say after the victory, you know, and you want a view. Ejuana said the winim. What must here? And he said, Wakodim kunim na you feel say, oh, yeah, na yedim kunim, so Nkaeno, ye bit me kasa anyhow a chair or more. Kahun is almost kahuna party mu campaign be. So if they decide, say, look, we mukra yenja or no munkoye na enshe. Sakasa no yenja omomom koye na enhwe no. And they are any party's co-opposition, no. So you need everybody on board. And I've said this elsewhere, Anka, if I were in a position to advise Ura about me, this is a time to reach out to everybody. And can Krofua who didn't make it to the first 5, no. Momuntia says, it's not to pick the smartest, the most brilliant, the richer, the richest, the most handsome amongst us, but it's just to get one person over to Francano, the Yenina Atanichi. First round, Yamia Yamadum, me lead. Minua opinion for a month, me making it to the first round. I mean, this is the time for him to start reaching out. Because at the end of the day, Ejuananka say 2024. Nyomu year is just an attempt to get somebody who would commandeer the MPP army. And who would command the MPP army. Sanity. And if you are getting somebody to command the MPP army, now the battalions, or Muntemachiche. How can you go into a war front with a divided battalion? If the army is divided against itself, you've lost before you could even begin the fight. Yeah. What is here? Until his attitude and the attitude of members of his team should be say, oh yeah, India, we didn't win, but Muntina, we just had a lead. But yes, Susu say, Munina Mubakaya home, then ye kwa as one unit, you bet me in kunim. That should be their posture, that should be their attitude. So that Sebi Obia wedding Kugunkra would feel say, oh, even though I've lost, but I lost to a gentleman, I lost to Obia who recognizes the bigger picture. What is and Senipan be count home a campaigner and anything. But Samu can sembi now Sebi near wending kunimno feels a certain way. Numpire and say, we munko main election, omunko dinkugu. Na yanka say we told you so. And that's not the kind of attitude you would wish to have as a party going into a major election. And look, let's not deny it. 2024, there is this determination to break it, and this is the first time the return of a former president. And who has lost once, he's not going to lose a second time, or he would not wish to lose a second time. What has here? Until the election is going to be unique in many ways. Intermediate reconciliation, negotiation, and one a bit warm. So if I were, like I said, to even advise Ora Baumia, some of the candidates in the top 5 cranker, I would reach out to them.
Even before they
have negotiation, even so that there wouldn't even be the need. And as Ombeko Krana, a Bimukra would even support. What I say, so that where you know a bit kitty after elections, no. But say if you have many people running, there are so many units, so many interests to deal with by way of reconciliation. As Anna, one year you would have to spend like 6 months trying to do negotiations, reconciliations, and so on and so forth. Sometimes no opponents need the Oye various answer. Intermediate, or move 4th November, no. The way I see Kono. The only surprise I anticipate, and it's a Obi and New Hobenya. ABA 50+1.
Nobody can win immediately.
That's the only surprise I anticipate. But per se, the trend would change. Sabi Obia Onya and Ivus would eventually get more votes than the rest. And see that. Okay. So ko India crack ye droba emfa. What I say? Until what when him say, okay, baby I'm in a certain position. And there is a likelihood say I would be one of those, even if me we nukrana be ran of American who be. This is a time I saw mu edu omo nkomo. Alan say rumor. Say I know you see a rumor. Ochina no be kasa. I think say you be twen or kasa wia.
Or cannot cancel as well.
Why do you akwawe adwebonya batru?
Or cannot kasa dia e be hadwene.
Atone so.
Say Oralan koyesa dia e be hadwene.
No need to speculate.
I'm not speculating. Me see if
or no or cover ban or ma
or see if and I'm also proceeding on that iffy condition. Say Ebasa dia
because also Becca so chinti na dia no bem.
It is on Alan. Let's wait for him to speak tomorrow, and then we can have that conversation.
On can be manos that.
Oh, they entering. It's not 10 a.m. the NHC.
No, but I think this rumor is
gaining grounds.
It's everywhere. It's pervasive. That rumor is gone. It's gone.
Fortunately, it might also be a strategy to draw attention onto the speech tomorrow.
I hope that it should be so. Then I think it's a smart move. But say Oko confirm me that rumor it becomes an anticlimax. It will be a huge anticlimax. What I say? Say Obia, who was considered to be part of the, now all of a sudden, Osei I not do again. Let's just say.
I mean how?
But sometimes too,
pull it out and tell
it saves your skin from bruises. What I say?
Some bruises are also very good for your body.
How can bruises ever be good for anybody's body?
Anyways, Honorable Messiah, yes, Honorable Benaye.
Obi, 2 quick things.
Yes.
When you are lawyer, Ekasa. You see, I sit up my referral. What is our case or no more put there at least? Petro boy the anama yet the crowd unpacking V8.
Yes.
At least which me a coso a use. Unim papa be a brigadier mensa
General,
yes. Unino.
Minimum.
Yes. And the NDC near my difficult no. Okay, do
if the kitchen is hot.
If the kitchen is hot, get out of it. And the sir and this way and the net air complaining. As if said this is the first time we are say I didn't know. Even when there was no COVID, when there were no wars, near the Adeno crown. And your mark ye dear mamma for complaining no. Oma nya sebe Asempa bia kra me kanche dom kan say if you say kitchen your hotter, get out of this country. Go get your passport and leave the country. That is NDC for you. We are not catching the untumi twi car, kokofa bicycle. Untumi twi car, untumi use car, koneko use bicycle. President Mahama, the Okikan cry the men can be income. At the appropriate time, no, we will come and be dealing with them. They have nothing new to offer under President Mahama. Even school for the Yenuanuma sebi already them kakra. Schools in from Sembo.
Special
schools.
No, yes.
Every year bia young Pamoman Kofi not less than 4 or 5 times. Because a basic kakra was what they come on a shemo medidi krano etna school mudidino. Now President Mahama in this way and Fanko. Omoko school within 2 weeks, 3 weeks near Pamo Masabi Ebegufi because there's almost feeding grounds going to be called. President Mahama. And now see a tunum. Catch there says opposite light no ginaswa any day. Be ready to pay more. At the time money you do so man can yan a crime man. No so increase listen. And this is the man our officer or no. I was some food you catch the Ghana for. Now comprehension now because on the way going from the fast service before same who because the can be out no want. President Mahama. At that time was baba. So why ready massa? Ghana for need that short memory said you won't and massa my program in your file. Who's all can Ghana for any short memory said the President Mahama and this for the dream to official amount for na refi san man obey no Ghana for the banam refi and can asem for front home. Number G. President Mahama. All these 5 years you muyi no kwata opposition near the even policy alternatives. Say me bank win na may kra no otumi nka bi.
You are not listening to him.
Obejira bonten a do sa be ya ne sa shoo ne sa nyama no. Eno bia na o sa di aba. O say boat any it the big keke. Ta eno na o sa di aba. Tie pe obi a obetumi save o man ya. Massa. Two visa Ghana otiapa na wo call hospital. Na ayibi uko sia doctor bia. Oyere enyim or kwa wo. Oyere enyim the previous 3 pregnancies na no papa yi na operating no ni nyina no ngora ne wuye. Now kupio the next time na sa doctor de home a. And the next one so mpe oyere no mani yi. Na be sa masa doctor na so mehwe oba ne ma. Se Ghana for say nti ye ho akire ne e pe ogefo a. O say President Mahama. Look, and when President Akufo-Addo say Babia ode omana babedu no. Onim say nya den a he's in his last curve. Whatever levels we could do bia no. ɛyɛ amamuo anaasɛ ɔman kyekyere no ɛyɛ de sen yɛka nsɛmbo ntoatoasoɔ nti baabi ɔde ɛbɛkɔ akɔdu biara no obɛhia somebody a obɛtumi abɛdɛn abɛtoa adwuma no so na ɛnyɛ obi a ɔbɛba bɛdwiri adwuma na wayɛ no agu. Look, wokɔ Bible mu koraa no a John the Baptist before Messiah ne ba no then ɔkaɛ ɔso ɔno wawie n'adwuma na deɛ wɔba no deɛ ɔno ɛnsɛm fata koraa sɛ ɔbɛdɛn obɛlesi mpo ne boot. Does it mean say na John the Baptist wanyɛ adwuma papa? Is that the meaning? No. And I impo Yesu Christo nankasa o yagye nkwa nankasa so kura baaye no. Edu stage bi no. Ose ese. Edu mi bi ese efata se oso eden. Oko. Na oko no so no eden. Onya ye nyanka. Na hom kronkron no beba na be eden. Abehye ma be kaka abeyesi. Eti Christ nankasa kura no. Oso wo kura do ye no boni kura ebetumi di achew. But from so abeye against the Holy Ghost no there. Eno ye nyede etumi fa nchew. So with the meeting. Eti, inia, se president kase bi adwuma no ba a maye de adu no. The next person no be better than him. Me as a father. The abrabo bia ane achievement bia metumi aye was asase bia no. Eye me wish. Se me maye ma wo ma ba asase no be perform far better than me. So with the meeting. It in that contest, and not president so kasa. And that should be the wish of any good person, be a good mind for a nation and also for your people. So with the mission, the president we are someone say senior politics na mean sort asiapa, but for mischief purposes, for shady reasons, you know, or Bajina no akwa kusi baby. Messiah no, dear yenina yenim say yenya lunch Martin. No problem. Na no, I don't mean passenger obi passenger bibia nti who say obi driver bi the car bia kwa team and I say why all of a sudden as be say am driver bi the car no mu. He was not in charge, but because he knows how to drive nti no otumi come to the rescue of the car na bi da we so ya there say abro minu ya adwe so e damnemu kra na there can be somebody in the car and yet the play mu aye kwa pen de to bi abonam kra na bohwane ya frɛ say oh doctor bi tikai mu ana yepe there's an emergency be on hand any doctor or nurse be okay mu ana obi betumi asɔre akɔno akɔkɔboa to the same thing as a car na atɔmene mu say den you na say oh passengers no mu no ana obi wo mu a obetumi aboa na ibi kra na mechanic bi ana say whoever with an experience bi no obetumi rescue and as repair car no kra at that point now he repairs it and we move on we say yeah end this for nwanwa but yeah enye nwanwa so because we know say the president knows say our papa bi a your friend Alanchre Martin na obeso akonwa no mu a the great transformational plan ka kra na odebetu dwa no kra no enough to transform this country hwe na menu atika bibi say trend no bia de bekwa na be say ne all kinds of analysis we say because enye the same on share contest ni ya you may get it wrong. Mama just two examples. O me koto aba no MPs for example me start with the MPs 137 wouldn't say MPB or ha the constituency no or the simple majority ne win here ebia nipa 3 in the contest here or no nya 40 votes ebia atik verse yemi answer wa ne bia me nya 40 primaries na make yes me nya 40 votes or constituency ho atik nya 30 me nya so nya 30 but because me nya 40 ninti no me na mabe parliamentary candidate and for that matter eventually mabe MP ye ko constituency ho ma it means that me votes and as I'm supporters are here 40 there are 60 with all things being equal yes with all things being equal no mabe to my sister and yes and 1 + 1 need 2 because dynamics as a certain bia but me use this as an example say o me to ma me 40 to go constituency home there are 60 people who are against me already
not necessarily
it make catch us vote being equal it does not necessarily follow say because MP no a support candidate constituency ho no or obenya majority support e dia man candidate no ho
okay when they agree
It's a fact.
It could well be so between 100%.
Oh, sure.
What has
yes, yeah, kind of all thing. Make sure say why argument say because say on no say automatically it is like say MP Kotuma there it means or in the constituency ni na that it doesn't work that way.
Because MP
it na me mouth that example
because of the MP.
Na de ben o me Kotuma no. O say no trend no and e be cut down. And I make sure under some circumstances are working. It's MPB etumawa. It does not follow. Yes, that particular MP may vote for you again. But when the constituency home now, if you're the simple majority winning, you know, majority of the polling station executives are going to vote against you. Sometimes because of even politics, factors be brave, that no one so can about to play when it comes to a year. Ubon class MP no who buffon, they are coming to vote against you also. Ubon MP no do what you know, they are coming to vote against you.
Very possible.
Obi Omo COB and as a minister been here ministry constituency home all these 7 years massa 7 years in no omu da on support omo da it is omo ayi na besi o de na besi o emfa ho omo ayi na bi kura no ba yo bonsa o constituency ho now no it in officer because or no di wachi eto amount no automatically constituency home is going to deliver the constituency for you are deceiving yourself. So, the same thing applies to the party chairman. It be the simple majority in the winning omwe. It's a man that say because one way constituency chairman it means that he's or don't support who it means that he's automatically going to deliver the entire constituency at the amount. No. Then I need to miss something. That I miss Namekai Alan ya 207. I'm in the co-op Denchira West. That time I was completely in charge of the party. But the man be much be if you make us honorable. Honestly, prime minister they do how they better amount. They no any problem. But nanadwa bread. Satan ni nifitete here into. Nanadwa bread with the sroma. You be kwa kotwa nanado. Obi a champion me amadi ni pa you know, most of them I'm still with him because most of the major projects are to me here upper than West now. Now you through Alan. Who's the president Guvora ne fanka krebi eye denchira. So eti through Alan, for example, a major highway asphalt and one facility through him.
No, it's a lobby. No trade at the time.
That is how I was linked to Anane. I was linked to Anane at the time. Okay. The same, you know. So the president Gufo, I was linked to Anane, and that's how, for example, upper Denchira West, you a major highway, asphalted. So, time I me call, for example, now electrification a year upper Denchira, it's in Krube 3 BP, and no one can hear. As at the time I'm free hormone, it's almost every time be one can come Krube 1 or 2 BP in Kenya. So, and so these people came to me after many a year campaign BBA, they came to me, some of them. And now we are slow. Yes, so now we are brand with the Beya. I'll answer that brand. The end after Nanano, over to me abba. Into yesterday, my with you, you will do 20 and toma. It's okay, Bibia, which means I'm fat. I'm going to man and a year. The new master of busy in your party. It's important, master, that numbers no at Dawson. There might be a medada. Yes, it's also possible. If you so, mommy are very committed and loyal to some influencers. Yeah. Into the Becano, but any automatic. Dynamics need to miss a sign because it will be a whole unim we say no be so number be also enim another person be there for which reason na it will be a nipa ni be you very ungrateful. Otherwise, for example, ministers be me personally me just surprised say Kennedy enya more votes than Alan. Okay. Because some of these regional executives and then ministers ni MPs ni be no but for Ken they be ankomunye ministers. Yeah. And I said they would have lost out almost as MPs and as a regional exactly, especially in the central region. Especially in the central region. Minister behind us who said he or Fred the bluff of Kenya. Now, name Wangwa. No, you be a name Wangwa. So It is only Ken Eko at that level to abandon more votes. A man in your one because after all he was part of the Kufuado system. To Boaman Kofu bring in your appointment. But you're very ungrateful. Otherwise, now Kennedy, especially about Central Region, you
should have won the
Central more. So when we crowd more than this. But for some of the people was also Musa Akunyamia, Omode, a kind of example, Omdia in a Danasi. And that's how it happen like that. So, anything I may say, bottom line, know your clients. Miss Family, I'm a example. So, we winning 4 terms. Me quite initially na me year adwuma who say every time
in parliament for 16 years.
Yes. No, my first time na by election. 6 months. The shortest.
Okay.
But all the same allocated that time or mass certificates. That's all mass certificate. First you parliament or mass certificate to all members no. Yeah, the same certificate say. Or me call 4 years. Yeah, trust me about 6 months. As gracia your mama just 6 months.
I no kind of more happen.
Oh, we on the lighter side of it. Send them minimum say never back. Till we buy our say chain no matter who figures na kesi me kwa accounts officer me who pay for list no kesi how I'm starting me budget to me trim. Minimum me nya 4 years is na you know. Pro rata. Me dey go me dia ready. 6 months. Anyway, me dey me example. Edu baby me who say the TBR and me winning primaries now. Me winning general election. Me my attention. I started call for so. Polling station executives so. That are now and this is now free researchers near their bay. I was sponsoring their children, doing all kinds of things for them to make sure that I win. Along the line, I'm not doing by him so. I dear, we are the apartment in Mima Adrian Court. General so kakranka ho. We say general one say most of the time I lobby from the central government. You got no opposition ya de na bibia na gina wan kasa also. That was the time I decided let me see secondary school. I am from secondary school. So let me see. I started the first free SHS the whole country. September 2012. And I started that one until me see common fan first maybe I can never support the delegates near other me didn't share school where me see about 17 rooms 2 big blocks edema amount for me started free SHS and cry didn't can be room about 500 and I'm day if I don't cry a day as we speak we say government that take over so in cry 500 the best started and I'm 5 teachers so beginning now me was teaching staff by say 15 no say 16 me has the same common fine oh yes the personal money crab boom ne other things na the boom my dream koko gina homo no am feel say me serve the larger community no the follow in na almost lose the primaries so the dynamics no nti do baby as one hwe nneoma ni yie hu say aha and also attention ko na feel say nneoma be follow enya science no, we are sure that Samuel Oku.
Science, but yeah, exact science.
There be, and yes,
politics.
It's a science.
It's a science, but not an exact science.
Well, so kind of from the academic point of view, but on the practical point, and is
1 + 1 is not always 2.
Of course, it's an exact science, but it's science.
But an exact science.
Sure.
Well, anyway, we are sure that, for example. Samuel Oku, this are occurrence of which me African boys at Brebio.
As in with delegates and also with Ghana
for delegates or wherever.
We just crash. We first year of the first.
On to me Kokebio. Me wa enyembia delegates boys now as you know. Omo bread to try. So you omo bread to try. It's not me say. Again, said the not minia article so can, and which of course I will always advise everybody. Ntokwani bi oma efi ntokwa. The nye bibia na aba air, and ye bibia be gumu air. Because whatever the case, you know, ba ku be wini. Minim sa lanche Martin be wini. Ye wi asam no ne o ma Kenya no say bar reconciliation so a. Nipa no de abo no na otumi reconcile ni papa nya wa abo obi no. Ana uhu sa. Why you have me a boy as hard out, but now I will reconcile. Start now. Start now.
Yeah, very important.
You see, Because the vice president in the team in the now, they are still part of the system, and the boys are suffering. Boys, you go so bread. I was here. Now, we now. Because Newman dynamics in the doors. But if Alan Green said the name noir, easy. Say, Omo Abre was your na party no. Sebe atu omo asa uramo and as a can say mono. So omo will be considerate, especially when all the systems put it in place that we need to modernize this party. To the extent say party nankasa like ANC near the South Africa, they have businesses that they earn enough to pay the party workers. Masa say obi unless say unye yenya atna parliament day any party executive we know what they go through. Okay. As a party yet me win elections. And we are born name, issue to name, and I draw name, a bit to pick up a chino tito no mu pray, be correct to me in the course of a obi my kind of last one see the crana. Or the Kotoku, not the African party process our war. It is a Obiba Alan Ban was these people. I know what you go through. I appreciate my contribution. Therefore, whatever I'm good it takes to make sure that you guys are paid. No people possible. It means that person does not care about you. If the person really cares about you and appreciates and acknowledges the role I will play to get him to get the party to win, for that person to become an appointee now. And could never be that. And can say, possible. And yet possible. See now, what are you doing? A granny see from your man load Nisi from no. Yibi mamia was a swami, or swami and son of Yibi amount. Send you and no more catch the gun for this. Debbie. Modi can say, Mahama Abeka, Mahama, can't just one blue pair, my deflating the union. So that is what we telling the delegates. Say, we know our delegates, we know our executives, we know where our strength the people down there who have been taken for granted all these years, for 16 years are everyone say Nana Adone Baumia have been in the leadership of this party, almost a brand answer. 8 years in opposition, 8 years in government. It will be the new ideas, but I'll say yes. And the workers are yes, be on the first time new 207 or buy no the constituency development fund idea buy. This crack constituency be dom there to canopies, be dom there to bus, be dom there different things. So the ideas said this time around also no, you be put measures in place. Me no can say delegates na ono or CPP office CPP na ba nti jade o kan the almost said wait.
So I would explain. Somebody has sued him. I would explain. Who's one fulfilled promise? No. The challenge is the court processes I saw. The bank now when you have facility in free. The bank sued that. They sued except for repayment of the facility. Oh sure. So according to or told them my STC for STC to use. Hold on. May cast from court document. From the court document, in fact, let me also add this. When the bank sued, they added the MPP as an interested party. The NPP then went to court. Said the arrangement was between the person and the vehicle he created to manage the facility. So the court should take out and the court granted MPP the acquired between the bank and the a special purpose vehicle was created. Okay. And the access facility to get the buses and hand over hand. And the bus was according to information, that's what it is. I don't have those. No, from the documents, it is obvious. I don't have those. No, well, you see, we know so, and no, we will say, eh? So that's my case. The difference here. So you said Freddie Blue is CPP nearby. Yes. So CPP nearby, which is okay. That's a fact. It's a fact. Yeah.
So baby or the omukuku wie.
No the omukuku.
What's your court? A number.
So what does that mean? What is it like?
Into
interpretation on your own. But me I'm interpreting
what's the essence of that?
Now was a unya ubia unim party numna party then a commas. And ye ubia or tiny baby ya kofra the bar. Men can say on the minyadi. My dream I make it. Why what you want my example say you're not being your coffee and buy. But Tama oh mama no see Tama Freddy Brebe you know and no just that na party no and na akoma so but e duru ba bia so mo ya dia kura ne be ko ne ntwa mu a ho na be hu the real parent of
Medas
honorable Ben Debbie me ba Alan de man fama no see e ho na we mbam no the me chere say obeye yi kura na or this ono de ndie nye promise keke o Constituency Development Fund no or initiate at the time and one can leadership of the party. Okay. And so Emma ebinomo edomo dey different things. It is sign case this time around mo the leadership ni mamia. Let's sign at the party for now. Yes, so baby they are going to pay all party workers. Okay. No on payroll. And
from
it is doable.
From which fund?
So they went here. And
creating businesses for the constituencies.
Obi,
we'll interrogate those.
ANC is a one party state.
It's a what? We'll interrogate those.
It's a one party state.
Yes. So they can do that.
It's okay. Atik, you have your bite. Hold on. Mamintie lawyer. Because there is one other issue. Former President Mahama Kasa about. I was saying, Una say one land. No, I said maybe you have so.
No. We have profiled other delegates. Don't forget, say, delegates in Yakrana and you have to be put on payroll. President Kufuor, do we need to put him on payroll?
No.
President Kufuor or Tuaba.
That's not a polling station executive.
Executive Nasa delegate.
But when I'm Kufuor,
only now delegates. President Kufuor
and to be must be paid.
Because I think a executive.
It's the executive I thought he was talking about.
President Kufuor on Tuaba because of a president Keko or a member of the National Council.
Into executive.
Or Tuaba, yes.
Are you talking on your Tuaba and I say executives?
Obia no more Tuaba on your executive.
When you do it here,
there's a difference
because that policy
police station executives are. I don't know how police station.
National Council.
The National Council members.
I think we would interrogate that policy itself.
All we are saying is policy. A doable said that mechano.
Very well.
They create that opportunity for people, businessmen on business opportunities no here, direction can claim no here, or all kinds of party. Eti who party for any bread and he's going to do it for them. And that is why come November 4th. Boom.
Alan Kwejo Chirematin.
So
lawyer Chumberima. Me pacho.
Bonsu.
My yentie we. And I hope me bo JM voice and I feel okay no wasem. Were you at the conference?
I don't need to
so
if I listen to that voice.
They will send your lawyer behind it me call.
The I know it already and I have my opinion to so I don't put any problem. Honorable I can say be say emergency to me ba. Na e be a plane boy after doctor be okay so all plane yeah na ka say e be your assistance wa ha indeed emergency to me bampa.
Yes.
As we sit here now, your vehicle there's a serious emergency more than will be a work another plane. Sadly, the experts who find themselves in the vehicle who can assist in this circumstance have not been able to assist in any form.
Omo truck
quite one and work in here. Emergency biaba. Your financial crisis and only emergency na yetemono. Among the top 5 we are akwaji events FA finances one no
FA Cup final
finance November 4 film. Emo 3 experts in the vehicle na yetemono.
Meaning they were part of the economic management team.
Of course. Alan was a member. Uso Free Equity was a member.
Yeah.
Then the chairman of all, the commandant, Alhaji Muhammad Baumia,
PhD
doctor. On one mutum, and the end. Emergency number. The expert couldn't help. Emergency number. Driver or ticket anyway, so will be the actual driver couldn't drive well. In Tikabia, mechanism more or less a standby driver in a way. And so at the end, I can have a new destination. Let me quote my own Madam Sophia Kufu. Where we are today, nobody has been able to explain to us why we are here. The one who can explain, who was doing lectures to explain, showing signs. No, Madam Sophia Kufu, one is okay.
Hey, baby, what's no? I know what will be on to baby, what's in. Where how you got there. So the basic
what has I the former CDS, so was it if the kitchen is what fall out or whatever?
Get out.
What does it be? Oh, no, what's the man if you enemy as what she doesn't even know how come she got to the finance ministry?
Or was that you want them? So first we got to top all 2 months and work.
And you 5 minutes. The crisis is there. Yet we can't find anybody to help us fix that crisis. Nobody. The one who said, if we borrow too much, you go to IMF. You borrow exceedingly, and we are with IMF today. And I was say, I have done far better as a vice president, so I need to be president. I'm saying, better than me. And yeah, what you indices now? I would market better anywhere in the serious. Because you're better near the obi. Your worse, it will be unprintable. If today, where we are, $1 almost 12 cities, pounds and there, fuel, I will find around less than 4 cities, and I'm 13 cities and over. We see we have done better. And yes, all the Ecowas there, you collapse this country, and there wouldn't be anything called Ghana. Under Baumia. So I will say it in the day, in the night, and every time. He said, if you are looking for alternatives, it can't be any of those 5.
But can it be Mama?
It can't be any of those 5 because where we are today, talk about revenue. Opa Banya wanya a lot of revenue in their port, i.e. in their government. No other government exceeds this one. But you must say, you are talking about crisis, COVID by. Do you know during the year of COVID, number bond market up $3 billion? Are you aware? And during the COVID year, $3 billion just for that year at the buy. Right after COVID 2021, we saw another $3 billion. 2022 penny year went and so just within 2 years, 2021, 2020, we have $6 billion. And what me for years every year. Now, $3 billion which will be split within how many years? 3 years, right? 3 years, every month, 600, 500, why I was the training in Abesono. And now we push the one. When and the competent government, the best managers of the economy, and you who come from TSA, me say. Baumia will be the worst version of a Akufo-Addo, market on the wall. If you dare give him that chance. So I say it is possible. But one trial they could be possible. So it is possible he will fail you more than what Akufo-Addo has done to you today. That is the word. The possibility that he will be a worse version of Akufo-Addo is extremely possible. That is the signal he's giving us. But let me tell him, Baba, what's Sunday? But said I saw we emem. The NTM is very simple. You have been tested and tried. Kroma, nim the four, Sabita for one name goes Kumpunum to Chamon. And most of them were not even understanding even some of the things that you were showing and even saying. Yet they were all hailing you because no be animal say, and we are me tweet be another tweet. You say he mentioned that about me and something. I was ready. Oh, describing in a very my phone is even off. In a very funny way, and I was like, really? It was all about how I know describing it with this economic knowledge. Obi, you are part of everything that we are doing today. There's a committee called Economic Policy Coordinating Committee, which has only 3 members. 3. The finance minister, the governor, and the vice president. Go and check their functions. Separate from the EMT. Asana wasan be che EMT ni saka. So adibia for mine sika sem to tiyo so mine emo mine gina na so yie. E gina bra na wodi anim. Na se wodi anim menne your biggest problem today is no other thing but our economy. What's the woody president and be yamai? It's a lie. And I've said it. I will always say it. Me say you are not an option and you will be a worse version of what we are even experiencing today. And who were the worst version? But we didn't know one. Whether or not they will maintain, I mean, whether the trend will change in November 4th or not. No. Obi, the Mihuni, I never come in Canada, Japan, and Alan no campaign and no more. They didn't focus on the elites at all, and I knew what 916 and 960. No, woman focus on them more because now was a woman there. Not be BH that was said they were being shipped to a particular line. It's I said it was more or less like I said, who could do with the answer now? Who say what time or something? So, woman, from what I saw, no, as a woman shifted my attention in Momu call a year the core people never to November the answer. I don't know, but I see Salam Betty, I'm a man of 2 Yempets. You see? I put you at the moment. I was aware cluster meetings.
Yes.
If you want to win, you stop it.
Cluster.
I'm telling you.
Who named the idea behind it?
If he wants to win, if he wants to win, stop clustering.
Uncle Constituency.
Yeah, the old way of doing things. I mean, why I adopted it. No, transformational person. No problem. Yet the old way of doing things. Look. Election, listen. Message in yes, 1-on-1. No problem.
Only cluster.
It brings the party together.
Me, you wouldn't find me say be a me pre-organizer, secretary. That you never find me there. Take it. But Sagron minimum deeper. Me say so Betty. Me man of
I am fire.
Oh no problem. For the month, but today
I can strategy. We have run for elections on 2 occasions.
They are old way of doing ththings. Yeah, no problem.
It might be old, but let me tell you, it works magic.
No, it doesn't work. The actual one here 1-on-1. Oh, master.
A campaign. You should be open to suggestions.
1-on-1.
Very well.
It is 3,000 make any difference.
Very well.
Bring them. For example, Upper Denchira, East and West. Now what's Upper Denchira West? Maybe an organizer. Uber group Dunka, Upper Denchira East, MCE, Onimo. Why? Because the two neighboring constituencies. Italian said no. A branch said to bring it together.
I'm just trying to help the conversation.
Honorable, end in my lawyer ending in 30 seconds now. Because your time
cannot be afforded now. I'm legal issues now.
Honorable, me patch trouble.
So November 9th was 4th was the day.
2 months. I can proceed on the condition that he will be contesting on the 4th.
But you see, never second you go first no matter what.
But second,
the man second. Okay. In fact, me man at least third or fourth.
I don't think I'm so advanced in fan because
don't worry.
Honorable to
more ground.
And the money
and a third number.
I'm saying catch you. Make just see a big 10%.
So now what I'm 10% and now come. The last time I shower, hey,
November.
Let's say
no. Okay.
So Mahama topic is Mahama legal yes it can so I ferry into
very good. 2 a.m. 2 p.m.
I go 2 mom. Okay.
Oh no, me
2 p.m. Okay.
I'm saying that because 10 a.m.
Yeah, I think the initial artworks now at 10 a.m.
But it's 2 p.m.
Yeah. Okay. Very well.
Into a area. Area the ministry be as Guadanapa. Yeah, the okay piano. You know, Musumo no. No, my country say.
I'm going to join you.
I'm going to first round in Zino.
Let me give you 2 minutes.
That's unfair.
I know. But it's 7 already.
And I resist unfairness everywhere. Anyway, but any idea anything issues need anti-mamiso menkaniaki.
Someone wants to say Alan's over.
Oh, it's a rumor. Withdraw
from the race. Sorry, withdraw from the race.
I think it's a pervasive rumor. And the kind of currency with which are Mr.
Rumor, or my rumor, who you have for my
I hope so. Ochina Yobekano. But I mean, well, it will be strange. Now, for him to say anything less than this rumor.
Really?
I didn't want.
No, so they said the initial statement was said they are still analyzing the result, and when they are done, he will make a public statement.
You are not being fair. Oh, Alan or launching now, or I say periodically.
He stopped it for a very long time. So
we specifically a follow-up from the initial statement to the election. Alan
statement. Say
Alan issue statement.
Hey, what issue statement? When it was appropriate and also baby, I don't know about
and I am hoping, sir. Anyway, man withdraw, but it's his decision. But media, I've run national elections, and this idea of going to the delegates in the constituencies, it works magic. And I'll tell you from personal experience. The first time I was running in 2011 against Bernard, incumbency always works, and also he had access to resources more than I did. He had access to resources more than I. Now, so my strategy was Fagrono from home, go to the constituencies. Sometimes I was driving some very funny car, there's nowhere in Ghana, Manko. And it worked because some of them were like, this is the first time executive elections are Obia bomb straight. Sometimes between Drew Chrome as you are I'll follow him to the farm. That alone.
So you were for the individuals. And I said,
executive
now, or farm now, so
you go to the constituency, yes, constituency chairman, and by over here, Wako farm. I drive to the farm to bring him to the meeting in the constituency. That alone, Nidia, and they are excited to tell people that Mincroft won't free a car, but no. animonyam hye momo na wo kona nipa no tigambaga wa friends ombra wale wa fro bisu masa anymore how would the people in his constituency know say yanimo no so and police aye is about recognition and some power play obi wo in the neighborhood no obi enim say odom party we or your constituency executive say but obi embu no because there is an okra obi enimo no ti hona ya driving car straight to Nifie. Look, area hop for the next one week.
That's what the one-on-one.
Yeah, but drive
car to Nifie, no one-on-one.
Because I see him individual, but I'm just saying.
Say effective.
Or Tiho, no more about constituency ho. Na ya suma say oh kofre organizer na penyi fuaba. Kofre oh enye one-on-one as it. You see, mu effective mponi o.
That's what strategy is good for. Who is a class and no send the message.
On our medical says Sebi. Bema ya shase ne chese benya be
you getting it wrong.
We've already seen
you na ye now mama ye no na wo ye na ma so ba ye.
E na Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen.
Yes, Asempa.
Asempa na
be kwa Ekosiisen ne be si November 4th ubehu.
Onti sesi ade ne be si no
anase nansi party yi ne si ekoyi flag. Be the flag na mo bia na.
No, nti ne si
the flag mo bia na.
Bibi si dada.
Be say the flag mo bia na.
Well, honorable,
yeah, who in Yazia flag better? You have flag is my
we are outsiders. And
I say, but only himself flag better.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, the flag Namubiana.
Debbie.
18 BBNZ.
Okay.
But why is the man attempting to withdraw tomorrow?
But that's not fair.
That's a rumor. Allegedly.
Wait,
94.7.
Say Alan withdraw. A man number studio have you. A man number have you.
You have a point.
Now, one would draw the audio.
Say, and I'm saying this one would draw the audio.